Good morning and welcome to Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground, home of cricket in Hong Kong. It's finals day for the Tri One Day Series. The top two teams are here out in the middle, ready to go. And we've got the captains from both sides. I've been reliably informed by match referee Mr. Gandhi that it's a Uganda home team game because they're top of the table. So Riazat Ali will flip and Yasim Mirza for Hong Kong China will call. Tails is the call. Heads it is. So we'll have a chat to Ali. You've won the toss. What are you going to do in this big finals game?
We'll bowl first. As we'll see the conditions are a bit cloudy and we'll utilise the first hour, yeah.
Now, you've played the two games, you won the two games, one game here way back on Tuesday, same pitch, and then went up to Hong Kong Cricket Club and got a big victory over Bahrain. You've seen the pitch, it's a used pitch, but you're happy to go out there and have a bowl first?
Yeah, as I said, we'll use the first 1 hour and try to get some wickets early, and that's our target. And we chased in the first game against Hong Kong, and we just want to do that, yeah.
Now, you mixed the teams up between the game against Hong Kong, China and Bahrain. Any changes to the final team?
Yeah, we have a couple of changes today, and Henry is coming in, left arm spinner, and our batter Robinson is coming in instead of Achilam.
Okay, well, good luck today. The big final. Riazat Ali Shah, the captain of Uganda. Yasim, another one where you didn't get the right call, but you're going to go out there and have a bat, and you're happy to go out early?
Yeah, we basically wanted to bowl first, so yes, we lost the toss. They decided to bat, so they decided to bowl. So yeah, we are happy to bat.
Any changes to your side from the game against Bahrain yesterday?
No, we stick to the same team.
Okay, well, good luck today. Yasim Mirza, captain of Hong Kong China, sent in to bat today in the big final. We'll have a look at this pitch. Like I said, it's the used pitch. It's drying out more and more. There's no moisture, but there is live grass on top. If the seamers can find that early, and that's what Riazat Ali Shah was talking about, lots of cloud cover to start with today. It may burn off. We should get some patches of sunshine, and if that comes out in the afternoon, it will also help Uganda because they're going to have a bat. We'll have a look at down here. So the bowlers from the Argyle Street end will be aiming into this area. This has got a bit less grass on it than the other end, so it's a lot of dry patches. There are some cracks opening up though, some useful cracks around this area just in front of where the batters will be lining up to the bowlers, so that'll be where they'll be aiming for early, but also there's going to be spin available. We'll just have a quick walk down to the other end. You can see plenty of grass in the middle. Still a beautiful pitch by the team here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Down this end for the left-handers, a little bit of issue caused by the speedsters from the Argyle Street end. Might be hard to pick up, but it's very dry, lots of footmarks here. So the left-handers, they'll be facing up from the softball ground end, and this is going to be a little bit of an issue, plus there's some cracks over here in the middle of the pitch. So it's going to be a big final, and in broadcast, joining me today, Asif Hussain, good morning to you.
Good morning, Aaron.
Now, you've seen the conditions, you've seen the pitch as well. It's cloudy. How do you think it's going to play out?
I think I'm not surprised by the decision from Uganda. They did it in the first game in the very same ground, and I think Hong Kong definitely, as Yasim said, they would have wanted to bowl first as well. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think the pitch is going to change too much. Yes, early morning clouds and a bit of moisture in the wicket, whatever there is, they'll try and utilize in the first hour, as the Uganda skipper Riaz Ali Shah said. So we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for Hong Kong to chase, I think.
Well, it's going to be a big game. It's the final, and it's leading up, of course, to the ICC Challenge League starting next week. These two teams will face off again, but both teams looking probably to get the psychological edge and get a win in the final. We're going to be live from 9 a.m. I'm going to head over back to broadcast. Back to you, Asif.
Thank you, Aaron. It's a good toss to win for Uganda. They won the first game, winning on the very last ball, and I think they'd like to repeat that. I don't mind Hong Kong batting first either. I think it would have been a little bit hard for them to chase because their middle order hasn't really got the kind of runs that they would want. Only a couple of them in the runs so far. So the news from the centre is Uganda have won the toss. They've chosen to bowl first. It'll be an interesting game. Big final. Tune in about a few minutes for live action.
Very good morning and welcome to Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the big final of the Hong Kong Men's One-Day Tri-Series. Aaron Bush with you. The umpires heading out to the middle. Tabarak Dar on the right of screen now, and John Plakash will be officiating today's big final between Uganda and Hong Kong, China. Uganda undefeated, but only by the last ball in that first game against Hong Kong, China, going right down to the wire. Hoping for another big one today. Uganda, as you can see on screen, winning the toss, electing to have a bowl in the morning mist here in Hong Kong. Low cloud. And the ball for the quicks of Uganda, likely to nip around early. The Hong Kong openers will be looking to survive. We'll run through the playing 11s today. The captain for Uganda, Riyazat Ali Shah. Robinson Aboyu back into the side, likely to be opening the batting. Dinesh Nakrani. Cyrus Kakuru will be doing the wicket keeping today. Fred Ashalam, 12th man. Alpesh Ramchani, man of the match in game 2. Miyati Juma, the big tall quick, along with Cosmos Chewuta. Henry Senyondo, who was mentioned by Riyazat Ali Shah at the toss, into the side today for the final. Kenneth Waiswa, Shradeep Mangala and Raghav Dhawan rounding out the playing 11 for Uganda in the final. For Hong Kong, China, the captain, Yasim Murtaza, Nazakat Khan, opener Anshuman Rath, opener with Anshuman Rath, Martin Kutsia, Baba Hyatt, Azaz Khan, Atiq Iqbal, Nazrullah Rana, player of the match yesterday in game 3 with a 4-for. Ahsan Khan, Shiv Mathur, the young superstar, doing the wicket-keeping duties again for the final. And the opening bowler, the speedster, Ayush Shukla, rounds out the playing 11 for Hong Kong. Of course, these two teams to meet in the ICC World Cup Challenge League coming up Thursday, February 13th from Kowloon Cricket Club. The ICC Challenge League kicking off in Hong Kong. Round 2 for Group B starting Thursday, February 6. Game 1 will be Hong Kong, China versus Singapore. They've got to get through this game first. It is the final of the Hong Kong Men's One-Day Tri-Series. Captain for Uganda on screen. There's that Ali Shah. Throws the ball to Miyati Juma to open proceedings. Hong Kong opening with their usual pair of Martin Kutsia and Anshuman Rath. Going to start proceedings from the Argyle Street end. 2 slips in place. Also a gully, backward point, cover. Ali Shah there on screen. He'll probably just drop back to mid-off. Deep third, fine leg outside the circle, 7-2 offside field. Just a wideish mid-wicket. Patrolling most of the leg side. Looks like we're ready to get underway. Juma to Kutsia. And the big tall Ugandan bowler getting some good bounce and shape away off the first delivery. Cool conditions again as the Uganda players try to adapt. That's why they came in early for this Tri-Series. Get ready for the Challenge League starting on Thursday. Uganda's first game is on Friday, right here at Mission Road, up against Bahrain, who they defeated up at Hong Kong Cricket Club in game 2 of this Tri-Series. Bahrain featuring tomorrow, of course, against Hong Kong A. I tried to get the bat out of the way, but it was too quick. It's actually That was a good ball. Martin trying to get the bat out of the way, just too quick. Toe of the bat. Luckily just dropped down. Straighter onto the pads, runs, work to do on the leg side. It's a spongy outfield, but it's not going to get cut off. Races away down towards our commentary position. 4 runs, first boundary, first runs for Hong Kong China in the final. Nice runs from Martin Kutsia. Cosmas Chewuda, he's that fielder at somewhere between mid-on and mid-wicket, inside the circle, well inside the circle. He was the one chasing that one down, almost ended up flying through broadcast. And Juma resets. And it's got to be out. It's gone straight on. It's hit the pads, and Martin Kutsia, after getting a boundary, is gone. LBW, Juma strikes. Hong Kong China 4 for 1. Not a tough decision for umpire Tabarak Dar there. Juma knew it immediately. Once it had beaten the bat, it was either going to hit the stumps or hit the pad. Pad it was. And Kutsia departs for 4. Another wicket falling in the first over. As Bubba Hyatt comes to the crease again in the first over. Work to do for him. He's got himself a couple of 60s in the tournament already. Between him and Nazakid Khan being the backbone of the runs for Hong Kong China. So it's a wicket that Uganda will want early. And of course for Bubba Hyatt, he'd be hoping to go on with it. See if he can bring up the 3 figures to go with his 2 60s. And it's a formidable bowling lineup for Uganda. They're 2 big, tall quicks. More than just 2. And Juma gets one to straighten just past the outside of the off stump. Hyatt gets a good one to start with. Said at the toss, there's live grass still on this used wicket. Early on, cloud cover, cool conditions. A lot of humidity, a lot of moisture in the air. Happy to shoulder arms on that one, gets out of the way nicely. .9 degrees out of the middle here after a successful over for Uganda. Hong Kong China after 1, 4 for 1. It's 16.9 degrees. The humidity 94%. Plenty of moisture in the air early. Sunshine due later on today. Sunny patches maybe from around 11 or 12 o'clock. And as always for Uganda, as it's been this series, they're going to go with the left arm of Nakrani from the Victoria Harbour end. And second string likely to be Chewuda. Needs to come on after the opening bowlers do their thing. And Juma already doing his thing, getting a wicket in the first over. Nakrani. Archibald finding runs on the leg side. Work to do from a wideish deep leg. Pushing hard for two. Get back safely. Good running. Anshuman Rath quickly through that first single and quickly back. It's a good throw in from the deep. Shea Wooder in the deep, saving two. Been having to do a fair bit of running early on. A straighter line this time from Krani. Lefty to lefty. First one straying onto Anshuman. It's pads where he's very, very strong. Six-3 offside field for Nakrani. They've got Henry Senyondo at square leg. Nakrani very, very confident. Wasn't a lot of support from the rest of the team. Honing in on the stumps now. Nakrani gets that one straight and on. Looking at the slips cordon, but I assure you, got the old glove wave from Anshuman Rath as it skipped on through. A signal regularly seen at Mission Road, the Tinkwong Road Recreation Ground pitches. Nip and zip around. Something that Bahrain wasn't accustomed to. They'll need to for the Challenge League coming up. Oh, thoughts of a single. Anne said yes. Bubba said no, 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 as Senyondo came around to his left. Slip in a gully in place. No two slips for Nakrani, at least to the left-hander. And that's going to go down leg as well. So ending off 5 dots in a row. Just the 2 runs coming from the second. Hong Kong China 6 for 1. Good start for Uganda, keeping it tidy early. Survival, of course, the power play, vital for Hong Kong China. There's Bubba Hyatt back on strike to Juma. Not a lot of movement in that outside channel. Sometimes a little bit of uneven bounce, but doesn't tend to jag back in too much from 3 stumps outside off. You can see that channel line at much less of where the ball's been landing. The player does try to go for it though. The uneven bounce can sometimes catch them out. Bubba Hyatt, no interest early on. Has to play that one, plays it beautifully. Just punching it down to long on. Gets his first runs and he starts with the boundary as well. Hong Kong China move to 10. Over pitched from Miyati Juma, and Bubba Hyatt says thank you very much. That's a nice way to get off the mark. And with that 7-2 offside field, no chance, no long on, no mid on. Pulls the length back this time, mix up, gets back quickly. Chiwuta hovering. He's the one that has to patrol all of this leg side. Henry Sonyondo's down at fine leg. Apart from that, it's just that man on screen. Said just a bit of a straighter mid-wicket floating position. And that's the good line from Juma. Just keeping it outside off, gets it to straighten. Gets the one to nip back in off the seam. Can cause troubles. Anshuman Rath out LBW yesterday. And at the non-striker's end. On the run out to Cam. Going down leg. Coming off the thigh pad. Gets the leg by. It's been tidy to start with for Uganda with the ball in hand. The control has been impressive. That leg by in the first extra. No errors in the bowling column. It'll be the first time today that Anshuman Rath will get to face Juma Miyaji. Same field setup, it looks like, 7-2. 2 slips and a gully. It was that delivery that just straightens onto that off stump that caused some issues for Ange yesterday with the LBW, but he survives, just takes a dot to finish off the third. Only a leg by, and that beautiful boundary from Bubba Hyatt off the over, so 5 coming from it. Hong Kong, China after 3, 11 for 1. Nakrani to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. These two out in the middle. Got good starts against Uganda in game 1 right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. 25 for Anshuman Rath. And a 65 for Bubba, who's on strike. Just a dab punch. Backward of point. Takes the single. For bowling in that game 1. Juma with 2. Nakrani with 2. Juma getting the wicket of Bubba Hyatt. Caught behind. Well, this battle continues as Nakrani staying over the wicket to the left-handed Anshuman Rath. He's getting it to nip back in, but just too much. Third time wrapped on the pads, but going down leg. Somewhere between that line and the previous ones that wrapped on the pads, where's Nakrani's going to try to find. Get a stump outside, maybe 2 outside off, nip back in, hit in line, get the LBW. We've talked a number of times on broadcast how Anshuman Rath is very good at knowing where his off stump is, though. Tries to find runs. Senyondo waiting at square leg. Good piece of fielding. That's the good line, and that's the one that forces Anshuman to play. More dots. Finished the previous over with 5 dots. He's got 4 in a row at the moment. Anshuman Rath playing the opener's role, eating up the dot balls. Bat on ball. Help soften the ball up. Fuller punched hard through mid-wicket. Soft, slow outfield here allows it to be chased down. Good chase down by Robinson Abuyu. So ends the string of dots. 3 runs coming from the 4th. Hong Kong, China, 14 for 1. Some sawdust required. We saw, if you were tuning into yesterday's game, game 3, we had that early morning wet outfield, caused a few front foot marks. Jim Miyagi to continue from the Argyle Street end. His bowling belies his age. He's the youngest player in the Uganda lineup. Born in 2003. 21 years old. And he bowls like that. Bowls like a veteran with the pace of youth. They've taken the gully out to put a little bit more on the leg side. Che Wood has straightened up to a more traditional mid-on. Robinson Abuyu moves into that forward square position. Somewhere between square leg and mid-wicket. And the fine leg still in place. Happy to give up perhaps an edge through the gully region to protect for runs. Juma comes in again, full. Punched hard, but straight to Rizad Ali Shah at mid-off. Bubba shuffled across a little bit, but also Juma dragged the ball down the leg side, so another leg bye. Tidy bowling though. 4.4 overs, no wides, no balls. Should say no buys as well, with Cyrus Kakuru taking over from Fred Ashalam with the gloves on today for the final. Ashalam 12th man today. Anshuman Rath now shouldering arms. And the old hand skid across, signal back to Bubba. Good height and good pace from Juma. Again, this one just goes to mid-on, and Riyazat Ali Shah for the left-hander. So just the leg by, maiden over for Juma Miyaji. Halfway through the first power play, Hong Kong China 15 for 1. Good battle in the first power play between these two teams. Hong Kong China losing that early wicket in the first over, but fighting back. 15 for 1. Nakrani to continue after the maiden from Juma Miyaji. And jumping into commentary, Asif Hussain, good morning to you.
Good morning, Aaron. Not the ideal start for Hong Kong China. Just spoke to Nakrani on the boundary there. He was like, it's still doing a little bit. And he liked it, which is evident from the score that we have on the board. Martin Kadzia once again falling in that very first over. This time leg before wicket. Just goes on to show Juma Miyaji. He's been consistent, he's been rewarded throughout the tournament. Probably one of the most consistent bowlers so far we've seen.
As I was mentioning just before you drop back into broadcast, youngest player for Uganda, just 21 years of age, but his bowling belies his age. He seems much more of a veteran. They've yet to bowl a wide, yet to bowl a no ball into the 6th over. And Kranik continuing with his dot balls. Oh, a bit of a wild slash at that one from Bubba, played over the top of it. Didn't bounce as much as he was hoping.
I think that fall of wicket, not many runs on the board. Barber trying to be over careful there, just closing the face of the bat on the ball there, trying to keep it along the turf. So it's amazing how a fall of a wicket up front. He's been out there early, almost every game he's played this tournament, and he's done well. He's got 250s to his name.
260s.
260s to his name, which is really good. But
yeah, he'd like to go on with it though, I'm sure.
Every day is a different day, so.
Gets one on the pads. He's going to put that one away backward of square. It's not going to make the boundary as fine leg comes around, picks it up just inside the rope. 2 runs. Nicely played, just dragging it down the leg side this time, Nakrani.
Just getting a little bit too full there. It's giving Barber an easy opportunity to run it down to that vacant space between square leg and fine leg. Baba happily obliges. He wants to get runs. That's the way he plays. He's not somebody who wants to be out there and not scoring runs. Generally a quick scorer. Babar Hayat. A little uncharacteristic for him. Babar Hayat, 7 of 17, but I think over the years he's become a bit more accustomed to understanding how important he is for this batting lineup. Him out there is a plus for Hong Kong through and through, no matter what time the innings is. So it's very important, and he's good. He's standing a foot outside the crease now, just to negate that swing.
And he's chopped on just as you said that, and that's the end of Baba Hyatt. Nakrani gets a wicket. The second wicket falls for Hong Kong right at the end of the 6th. They're 17 for 2.
I think that's really good bowling from Nakrani. Just as I mentioned earlier, spoke to him on the boundary line and he said it's swinging a little bit and he's making good use of it. He's got a big fish. Hong Kong China in early trouble here. Babar Hayat, the last 2 games, he got them out of the woods. Not this time. It's down to these 2. And if I had to put my money on someone, it's probably Nizakat Khan, the way he's been batting.
He's been impeccable form. He got 84 against Uganda in game 1. Anjuman Rath yet to really fire, and got a 25 here, 13 I think, but he needs to go on with it today with his Hong Kong Cricket Club teammate Nizakat Khan.
Nizakat Khan, did he get out in the first game?
I think he did.
If he did, he's averaging 125 because he got 41 not out yesterday.
He was caught behind. It was one of these 6 dismissals Fred Ashalam got.
Yes.
He got caught behind off the bowling of Chewuta for 84.
And just as you mentioned Achalam, I saw him in the morning. He was more interested in the softball games that were going on right to this end, softball court end. It's amazing how sometimes when your coaches have told you you're not going to be playing this morning, you just kind of relaxing and just looking around, finding out the atmosphere. It's amazing a man in the morning at that point couldn't really tell if he wasn't playing, but yeah, he's not in the side today.
Change of angle for Juma Miyazi. He's going around the wicket to the left-hander. This I like.
So came into Anshuman Rath. Good leave. As we've mentioned a number of times already. He knows where his off stump is. Leaves him really nicely. But he is someone who's been in the side. He's a senior player in this side. He's got to put his hand up today. This is the final in this tri-series. Hong Kong men's one-day tri-series. He needs to put his hand up today. Get a big score.
Cut back in. Too much. Too high. Just too much bounce. And too quick for Anshuman Rath. It's not just bragging rights. I mean, it's not just the trophy that you'll pick up today. Bragging rights, psychological advantage going into the ICC Challenge League when they meet again on February 13.
I think just they've got to come up with the plans. Obviously, they've played Uganda before, and they were beaten in the very last over. Obviously, they must have spoken about it as well. And Uganda, once again, putting them into bat. They batted well in the first game. It's a good score, but it was very well chased down by Uganda.
Well, another one into the body. Just cutting back in with pace. At least there's a smile on Anshuman's face.
He knows it's cutting back, but knowing is one thing and playing it is another. So he's struggled a little bit. At times he's looked like he's in there. He's feeling all right about himself, but this wicket has been very good. It's been a good cricket wicket. Something in there for everyone. And then you get a few of these which cut back in, and then you lose all your confidence again. You've got to start from zero again. So Anshuman, let's start from zero again, mate. Much better. Still really nice. Having left the previous deliveries, could have put some doubt in his mind whether to leave or not, but this is good from him. It just shows he's mentally strong. He just got to keep it simple. Just do things that he is best at. And I'm sure he can, if he goes on, spoke about it yesterday as well, if he goes on, he gets a big one. He's so important, these top 4 for Hong Kong, China. We've always had the finishing touches from Yasim Murtaza and Azaz Khan, but it's been these 4 at the top.
Over pitch, but gets away with it. Good fielding off his own bowling. Juma.
Juma is a good fielder. I've seen him even in the warm-ups. He's very agile. Of course, he's young as well, and that helps. But he's very agile, and you'll see him diving around. You'll see him running around. And he feels at points. I think he got a run out from point the other day as well. So he's somebody who's a complete package. He bats as well. He batted well as well. So complete package, Juma. He's still young.
That's going to be another maiden in the books for Juma Miyazi. He's got 2 maidens in his 4 overs, 1 for 8. 7 overs done. Hong Kong, China, 17 for 2. There's 2 big quicks for Uganda. The other one being, of course, Cosmas Chewuta. He's also young. He's only 23 and also very agile in the field. He was given the duties on the leg side. Very quick. Those big long legs getting around and the big long levers to get down and pick them up. Good prospects.
Both very similar in terms of their bowling actions as well. Hard to pick out from out here, but it's good for Uganda. Things look really good for Uganda as a team. They've made changes. Those changes have worked for them. Last game they made changes. They worked for them, and I think today they've left out Achelam, their wicket keeper for the first 2 games, and I think the replacement hasn't looked bad at all.
And the other change, Frank Nzubuga not playing today. Robinson Oboyu, who's Where is he fielding at the moment? He's at mid-on, mid-off, depending on the left hand, right hand. Another big tall player for Uganda, and also another youngster, just 24 years of age.
Senyondo, the off spinner, I think. Or is he the left arm spinner?
Oh, he's in, yes.
Oh, that's good.
Left arm. Now Crani thinks he's got an edge. He's not having a lot of love at that end. Plenty of appeals. Not sure what the little chat was to Nazakat Khan, but I think umpire Tabarak Dar is going to come in and have a little word to everyone.
Uganda really putting a lot of pressure.
There's some
Not
feeling.
just the batters,
There's
but
some
the
feeling
umpires as well.
in this game. Uganda want that win. Every chance getting an appeal. And he squared Nazakat up again.
Beaten on the walk. Nazakat Khan trying to get to it. Took a couple of steps down the track. Misses it again. So as Nakrani was saying, there's enough in the wicket for him. And he is making full use of it. That ball that got Babar Hayat out was a Jaffa. Absolute beauty. And just knocked the bails off. And he's got the other man who's been in form and playing all over those deliveries.
We've seen a bit of that from Nazakat early. He's a slow start, then gets going. Once he gets in, 25, 30 balls into the innings, that's when he starts to fire. That's also, obviously, Uganda's done their research. They know he can be a little nervy at the beginning as he wants to get his eye in, see what the pitch is doing. That's where they have to target. They don't want him going on to getting another 84.
And I think the thing with Uganda that's been so impressive is the fact that they've come in with plans. They've had a lot of clarity.
It's better off the bat.
Their lengths today have been very good. Nakrani there with all his experience. So important to have your top, whether it's in the batting or the bowling, to be firing. Uganda's bowling has fired up every game they've played, putting a lot of pressure on the batting units. They did that to Bahrain. They're doing it to Hong Kong today. 17 for 2. Lost delivery off the 8 and after 8. Hong Kong, China on 17 for the loss of 2. Good energy there in the field as well.
Third maiden in the books for the Uganda bowlers in the first 8. And that's been a string of dot balls now. 2 back-to-back maidens, plus 2, including the one that got Baba Hyatt. So they've gone 14 straight deliveries. There's the little baby bowling card, as I like to call it.
Yep, it's really impressive. Nakrani, 1 for 7. Juma Miyagi, 1 for 8. It's brilliant.
Round the wicket to Anshuman Rath again. And the battle continues.
Shoulders, arms again. He must have a very good inner thigh pad. He's been hit a few times. If he keeps getting hit there, he might as well stop feeling his leg in a little while. He's got hit a few times.
I think that's where he got hit at LBW yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, he was pointing to it.
Certainly said that was the iPad.
Goes through again. Still only early days. I think for Hong Kong, this is a massively important partnership If these guys can stick it around for another 5-10 overs together, let's start feeling a little bit better. The ball and the swing might die down a little bit. Oh, that one didn't carry. Gets hands to it, but that still get them single. Oh, direct hit. And that's another one from Uganda. From the slip fielders. It's really good.
So many direct hits in that game at Hong Kong Cricket Club.
Yet no run-outs off the direct hits yet.
Yeah, I think we're up to 10 direct hits between the 9 that was there and one today.
Absolutely.
One of them, at some point, surely has to generate a run out.
Yeah, I just wonder who's going to be the unlucky one to get run out on a direct hit. Nizakat on strike to Juma Miyagi for the first time. Juma has been able to generate that pace and bounce in a way going swing from the right-handers. This is going to be a battle. Nizakat, we all know how he likes to break the shackles. Standing inside his crease. 1 foot in and out, the other one out. Fall, driven hard.
Oh,
A
misfield.
little bit of a misfield, a bit of a slip, I think. Want to go back for the second. Wisely decide against it. And the captain there, I think.
That's where he's taken the floppy hat off, but which is wise. There's no sun.
He doesn't look like Faf du Plessis anymore. Without that floppy.
Well, with that slip in the field, misfield. He's no longer Faf. So he's only Faf when he's got the floppy on. Is that the rule? Okay.
Oh yeah, because from afar he actually looks like Faf. When even on camera when he's got the floppy on, he looks a little bit like Faf. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind me comparing him to Faf. Nobody should.
That's a great compliment.
And just his mannerism just felt like looked so much in control. Even off screen here, you can watch him. He's not too flustered. Not that the situation is hard for Uganda at the moment. They're on top, but generally, even when the batters have been able to put together a partnership, he's been very calm. And even as you spoke to him at the toss as well, he just feels really, really calm, just being very clear in his head.
Can't find a gap. And talking about how he just got the cricket sense, he's made it all the way around to the long on, just in case there was a misfield at
absolutely
mid-off.
Just those little things. I mean, even with the bat the other day, we kind of missed the fact that skipper was out there. There's a lot of pressure, more than 10 required towards the end. Looks like we have
Actually, I think somebody was off and they've now just come back on because that was Frank heading back off the field.
Yep, I was thinking number 14, Subuga was the number 14, it looks like.
Who was off for Uganda?
I've seen Weswa for the first time. I'm not sure if he was the one who was off.
I think you might be right. No?
That's Weswa.
Yeah, twice we're there.
Yeah. Oh, another one in the channel from Nakrani. It's all about being patient here for the batter and the bowler. The bowler feels like he's bowled an absolute peach of a delivery. Has no wicket to show for that. But he's just got to put his head down, walk back to his mark and redo it. And as long as he stays patient, the edge will come. At the same time for Nizakat, he's missed that. He just hope he becomes a bit more decisive. Lets them go through just like that. Just stay out there. Stay patient. Play the long game. And I'm sure runs will come. Somebody like Nizakat mentioned it so many times. He's somebody who can find the boundary at will. He's got that amazing ability to put a bowler out of the park as and when he wants to. He's just got to wait for his time, just bide his time right now. This is a difficult situation for Hong Kong. Still very cloudy. Still a bit of movement off the wicket. There again, working his wrist and Nizakat Khan. And just as I said yesterday as well, the Bahrain bowlers looked more like swing bowlers. Probably more to do with what where they come from. And these guys here look like they do work the seam around a little bit. It does jag off the surface more than something that you can see from the hand. I'm not saying it's bad to be a swing bowler, but when you're a swing bowler, there's an early sign for the batter to see that there's going to be a movement in certain direction. But with seam, it's very difficult because you've got to really look hard, try and locate that seam and see where it pitches and then does the movement. So it's much harder, much less time you have of reacting to a certain direction the ball swings in. So I think Juma Miyagi, he gets a little bit off the hand as well, but he does get a lot off the wicket as well. Similarly, Chivuta, we've seen, he gets movement off the wicket, and he's been probably one of the hardest to get away from because he's pinged a few guys on the body. So yeah, a difference in swing and seam.
And charge this time.
There you go.
Oh, that is absolutely smoked for 6. That is just punched through long off all the way for a maximum.
All hands and wrists from Nizakat as I was speaking, just that very over. When he wants to put somebody over the ropes, it's no big deal for him. That's a fantastic shot. Yes, away from the body, but who cares? That's 6 runs. He's done it over the years for so long, and he just uses his hands and wrists.
So
back to the leaves.
And around the wicket to finish off. 5 dots, but a big maximum to round out the first power play. Hong Kong China have reached the quarter century mark. They're 25 for 2. And as the power play is done, I will step out of commentary and Asif Hussain will continue through to the drinks break.
Looks like we are going to have a change in bowling. Looks like Chivuta coming in to ball. Cosmos Chivuta bowling for the first time. The only difference I see in Juma Miyagi and Chivuta is their stock deliveries. Juma brings the ball back in to the left-handers. Chivuta is somebody who takes it away from the left-handers. So something different for Anshuman Rod to work on here. He's standing just an inch outside the crease. Yeah, it's so difficult to really be completely sure. Chivuta, first ball, hits him on the pads. A little bit of an inside edge as well, I think. Much fuller start from Chivuta. I've seen him bang it in on a back of a length more often this series. With his height, he can afford to do that. He gets a bit of extra bounce. Good start from Chivuta there. As I was saying, it's very difficult to be clear in your head as to where to stand. To what bowler? That's beautifully driven. What a repost. He's been struggling for a while, and this one is a sign of authority. Brilliant shot for 4. Held the pose a little bit there, Anshi. That must have felt really, really good to Anshuman Rod. Good on you, young man. Oh, gets beaten. It's a good comeback from Chivuta. Looks like it's a much, much fuller start from the previous 2 times we've seen Chivuta ball. Might as well have something to do with the fact that there is a bit of nibble movement. Swing seam off the surface. Chavuta again for his fourth delivery. Oh, much closer to the stumps, but really a good leave. That's a very impressive leave from Anshuman Rath. Just love that previous boundary from Anshuman Rath. Just got forward so nicely, timed it so nicely, sounded amazing off the bat. It must have lifted a lot of weight from his shoulders. Anshuman Rath, he can afford to take his time today. He's lost two very important partners at the top. Full again. Not as full this time. A bit of a back of a length delivery. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. Anshuman Rath lets it go. He's got the boundary he needed in the over. He's got to keep his composure. These two, of course, played a lot of cricket together. Both played together at HKCC as well, Hong Kong Cricket Club, where Uganda played their last game. Another one. Drives hard, but straight to the fielder. Not entirely timed. That brings the over to an end after 11. Hong Kong, China, 29 for the loss of 2. Nakrani to continue, and they've given Chavuta a go from the other end, and Nakrani will continue. He's been troubling the batters. He's had Nizakat on the move a number of times, and Nizakat just getting one off the middle of the bat that last over and getting it to go over the boundary. And just as Nizakat does ever so often, his get out of jail shot is generally an aerial shot that he plays, and more often than not he gets it right. Looks like Nakrani has got his wicketkeeper up. We saw Achalam wicket keep. This one going for the one. I think that's a good call. That's a very well judged run by these two. Nizakat gets off strike, gets Uganda to change back to plan A. Wicketkeeper goes back for Anshuman Rath. That's good. That's where singles are so important. Nakrani would have been hoping to keep Nizakat on strike for a little longer. With that wicketkeeper coming up, he might have been hoping that he could spoil a few deliveries at Nizakat, set him up. They've got a single. Anshuman Rath on strike. Nicely played. Don't think that's going to run away. Call was for 2. And it's picked up by Ubuya. Gets a good throw into the wicket keeper from the shorter boundary. 2 runs to Anshuman Rath. Do not want to jinx him. Just love watching Anshuman Rath bat. Love him to continue to go on, get a big one today. Put a mid-wicket in place. Striven that one. Nakrani spoke to him on the boundary. Looks like a very down-to-earth, quiet, not much fuss kind of man. Doesn't look too aggressive. Sweet man. There, tried to give Anshuman Rath a bit of a stare. Wanted to have a little throw at him. We love that. We love that part of the game. I think there's definitely place for controlled aggression in the game. It just makes the game all the more exciting. And this is entertainment. This is an entertainment business. We do it for the fans. Players do it for the fans. for their countries. So a little bit of aggression. I'm sure he's all right. Well played, waited on that one, played a little bit late. I think the difference between the two bowlers that Anshuman Roth had been facing, Juma Miyaji and Chivuta, probably a few kilometers quicker than Nakrani. Nakrani not the quickest, slightly slower than his two other bowling teammates, but still gets enough off the surface to trouble batters. He has done it throughout the tournament. On the legs, really nicely timed. Does it have the legs? Not really. Think Ubuya is going to get to that. That's a flexible, tall man. Gets down in time. Stops it with one hand. I thought the slide's going to come out, but it's easy peasy for Ubuya. Anshuman Roth though gets 2 to end that over after 12. It's 34 for the loss of 2. Nizakat Khan and Anshuman Roth slowly building up a partnership into the late 10s now. 17 to be exact. And there on your screens, just in the background, we saw Westwa having a little bit of a swing of the arms. It's not going to be too long before we see him come into ball. He's off camera now, but I can see him rolling around at point. There you have him. Just getting warmed up for his spell, I think. Generally being the case with Uganda. He's the second bowler they turned to. I think he's been the second change bowler in both the games they've played. Nizakat defends that first delivery from Chivuta facing him. It's going to be a little bit different from facing Nakrani. Nicely played off the back foot. Got in behind the line of that one. In discussion with his captain there, Chivuta. Riyazat Ali Shah. Riyazat Ali Shah missed out last game. Didn't really get a lot of runs. Batted at number 9, if I'm not wrong. Riyazat Ali Shah, 8 or 9, I think. Came way down in the batting order. Just providing his in the air, but straight enough. That's going to roll away for 4. Nizakat Khan breaks the shackles again. Another boundary for him. 6 and a 4 in his 12 now. Strong shot from Nizakat Khan. As I mentioned earlier as well, his go-to shots tend to be aerial. We saw Anshuman Roth smash a boundary down the leg side. I think that's going to run away for a 4 as well. Another boundary to Nizakat Khan. Just a little tickle on that one, running it down to fine leg for another boundary. Chivuta there, still swinging his arm around. Looks like he's not warmed up properly yet, but he's already gone for 12 off his 1.4 overs. Much more expensive than he's been throughout the tournament. Nizakat there, getting 2 boundaries in a row. This one is nicely played as well. Good sound off the bat. Loud calls of no, as that was hit straight to the fielder. I think we're going to see Westwa pretty soon, and then we're going to be into the spinners. Senyondo and Ramjani, who's picked up a bag full of wickets in this tournament. Chabuta comes in again. Nizakat goes for that drive again, but straight to the fielder. End of 13. Hong Kong, China. 42 for the loss of 2. Second change today, Westwa, as we call it. Last over, we saw him warming up, and he is into ball now. Just love his run up. Very athletic, beautiful approach to the wicket. Starts off nicely on a length outside off stump, and Shuman Rath just gives it the due respect. Cross forward, defends it out. Nakrani there, working on the ball. Keeping it nice and shiny. Pulled away, short arm jab. Definitely feeling much better now on Shuman Rath. Gone for a boundary again. Aaron Bush again. I'm not sure he's going to stick around in the commentary much longer. He's been fielding much better. Might be looking to make a little move into the Hong Kong national team. They require a Chinaman. He had a brilliant pickup yesterday, and he's done it again today. With the boss, Burji Sharaf there, enjoying the game, enjoying the final. It's well played. This one slightly easier pace than what they've faced so far. And we've seen Veswa, he's consistent, but there's not as much movement of his bowling as we've seen from the other bowlers. But he is a definite prospect. Veswa, really like the way he runs in. There's stuff that can be done with his bowling, especially at release. He could actually move the ball both ways. That's a nice line. Swine again. Straight to the fielder, but that's a very good call. That fielder after that previous boundary, just hanging back a little bit. That was picked up by Anshuman Rath. Takes that single, moves on to 18. Looking much more relaxed now. These are good signs for Hong Kong, not just for this game, but going forward. into that Challenge League, which is going to be so important. Having known all these players for many years, I know what it means to them. It's such a big event in their lives, and not just their careers. So much hangs on qualifications for these associate nations. Oh, good comeback from Veswa. Nice not to finish off the over. 1 over for 5 runs for Veswa. After 14, Hong Kong, China, 3 away from a 50 for the loss of 2. This is now looking like a decent partnership. 14 and 16, the contributions from the two batters. Partnership up to 30 now. And as we've seen throughout the tournament, Uganda have been very disciplined with their extras. I'm sure there's so much work that has been put into this bowling unit. And behind the scenes, so big credits and kudos to their coaching staff and people in charge who've obviously worked really hard and got these men out there performing nicely. And there's no doubt there's been a lot of hard work put into this Hong Kong China side as well. And these boys have been around for a very long time. Anshuman Rath facing up to Chiwuta, looking more and more confident now. It's really nicely driven again. No direct hit. I think he would have been home. That's another very good single. Closer than I thought, but I think he still would have got the shake of the head from Tabarak Dar. I think it would have been very brave of Tabarak Dar to give that out. Had that hit the stumps, it didn't, so no harm done. It's well played, time to the leg side, and that's another very good single. Hong Kong, China boys looking more and more confident. They're picking their singles, picking the gaps now, making the fielders work. This is really good from these two senior boys. Left alone, really nicely. Chiwuta today, so far, not having the same impact he had the other day. But I think the counter punching from Hong Kong has been brilliant. I think they've decided they've got to be positive in their approach. And one way of being positive is taking those singles, making the bowlers work different plans to different batters. It's another really good leave. One delivery remaining in the 15th. And I'm really liking the look of Anshuman Rath from here. Looks like he's a lot more at ease now. Looking very confident. Much more comfortable. Had to ride out that early spell from Juma Miyaji. Got pinged on the back leg a number of times. But he's fought that. He's still doing well. Last ball from Chiwuta. It's well played. Put it in the gap. Brilliant running again. This over has been such a good example of good running. That brings the 50 up. That brings the 15th to an end. After 15, Hong Kong, China, 50 for the loss of 2. Two men to have gone back into the hut. Martin Kadzia, 404. Babar Hayat today, not in the runs. Unfortunately for him, 7 of 18 deliveries. But these two, taking up the mantle now. Just taking their time at the crease. Starting to find the singles. Nizakat there with the early 7-8 deliveries where he couldn't get a run, and then he broke the shackles with that lovely shot down the ground for 6. Westward to continue. A little shimmy there from Anshuman Raat. A couple of steps into the delivery. He's feeling much more at ease against Westwa. Much more convincing foot movement from him, especially against Westwa, who's not the tallest, doesn't really get a lot of bounce. I think that's one other difference between him and the rest of this bowling attack, especially in the pace department. They're all pretty tall. Another one tries to drive on the offside, gets the inside half of the bat. And the blade turning a little bit in Anshuman Raat's hands. They had a short mid-wicket in place. Senyondo fielding at short mid. We've got Mangela at deep square leg. Westwa starting his second with a couple of dots. Still one slip in place. Still looking for that wicket. Driven in the gap. Not sure if it's got the legs. Does it? Does it? And it does. Another boundary to Anshuman Raat. 24 for him now. Another boundary. Not entirely out of the middle of the bat. Just a little bit of a outside half of that blade. It's the bat opening up a little bit in Anshuman Raat's hands. Able to find the gap still. And goes for a boundary. Another 4 for him. Much better this time. Really well timed for no runs. That's the game of cricket for you. One you miscue and you get 4. Next one you absolutely crunch it for no runs. But Anshuman Raat looking good now. 24 of 50 for him. Westwa, he's not really had a very long spell, and it's been down to the fact that he's been slightly easier to play against compared to his other opening and the other bowlers in this bowling lineup. And once again, bowls a few good dot balls, but there have been far too many boundary deliveries. He'd probably have a case for that last one not being any of his fault. It was a decent delivery, it was on a very good length. Anshuman Raat didn't completely time that one. A bit of an outside edge, but it still ran away for 4. Last delivery of the 16th coming up. Might just be the last over before drinks. What a shot. No one's catching that. Not you, Mr. Faf du Plessis. You're not going to catch that. That's a beautiful shot by Anshuman Raat to take us into drinks. And held the pose really nicely. Anshuman Raat there. He's enjoying himself now. It's really good from Anshuman Raat and Nizakat Khan. It's drinks. The players will have a breather. Uganda will get together, plan out the next little bit before the next drinks, and we'll catch you on the other side of the drinks in about 2 minutes. The players walking back onto the field now. It was a very good finish before we went into the drinks break from Anshuman Rath. Held the pose as well. He's looking more and more in control of himself, and just as the players walk out, I think Aaron's got hold of and he's convinced our boss Burji Shroff for an interview, so we're gonna pass it on to you, Aaron Bush.
Thank you, Asif. Yes, we do have the chairperson of Cricket Hong Kong China, Burji Shroff, with us. Burji, thank you so much for joining us on broadcast.
Thank you so much for inviting me to say a few words.
You're always, we've mentioned it many times on broadcast, you're here at every tournament. We've just had the All-Stars tournament. Now we've got this wonderful Tri-Nations tournament, Uganda and Bahrain coming into town early. How has it been setting it up with the tight-knit team you have at Cricket Hong Kong?
I think the team has done a wonderful job, and without any doubt we're capable of pulling off almost any challenges given to us. So this tournament has been very successful and confluent because of the team we have in the office.
Well, it is a big tournament. We've got the Tri-Nations and we've got another game tomorrow, Bahrain versus Hong Kong A. I think we get 2 days off, and then you've got a big tournament coming to town. It's the ICC Challenge League.
It's wonderful to have the tournament over here and have 6 great teams participating. I know for a fact that the standard is exceptionally high, and once again I know that we can pull it off totally successful in every way. The team and our sponsors and the government have all been behind us and supporting us.
Well, speaking of that, the Hong Kong government, they're the owners of the ground that we play out here at Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. So it's so great we've got their support. We're also going to Kowloon Cricket Club for the ICC Challenge League.
Well, the Kowloon Cricket Club is home away from home for me, and it's a wonderful club, and I'm so glad that we're playing some of our matches there as well.
That's a home away from me as well. I'm a member there as well. Yes, so they've got the ICC Challenge League coming up starting next week, but we've got to get through this tournament first. You were here for all the games like usual. You saw that first game on game 1, which went right down to the last ball. How great was that to get the tournament underway?
That was a wonderful game, quite nerve-wracking, I think, for both sides. I'm hoping that the game may end a little bit earlier today, and perhaps Hong Kong can pull off a terrific win. Well,
I'm sure we're all here at Hong Kong hoping for a Hong Kong win, but the Uganda fans watching in very early, I'm sure, looking for a Uganda win. Chairperson for Cricket Hong Kong China, Burji Shroff, thank you so much for joining us on broadcast.
Thank you so much indeed for the invitation. Thank you.
Back to you, Asif.
Yes, and as Aaron was talking to our chairperson, we had another direct hit for no run out. That's probably 11 now. So far, this has been a much better over from Cosmos Chebuta. 4 straight dots. Looks like he's had a little word with his coach, just found the right length this over, and he's troubled Nizakat this over. This one is nicely played, going for the single, chance of a run out. I think direct hit there would have been tough for Nizakat to make it. He might just have gone running back to the head had that hit. They get through safely in the end. Looks like it's a definite strategy from these two to look for the singles. Playing mace from Anshuman Rath. That's the first delivery he's faced after coming back from the drinks. Anshuman Rath on 28, probably playing the shot of the day, that last one before we headed into the drinks break. It looks like we're going to see Ramjani into the attack. Left arm spinner. He's going to start around the stumps by the looks of it. He's going to be bowling to Nizakat Khan, who I don't think has a specific preference for what pace of bowling he faces up to. Looks like they've something's going on with the stumps. Ramjani was the player of the game the last time he played. He had 5 for 15 next to his name. Looks like the umpire Tabarak is now happy with the stumps. Going to put the bails back on. Ramjani ready for his first delivery. He's got a long on, long off, deep mid wicket and a deep cover. 4 fielders allowed outside in the second power play. Oh, just outside half of the bat. Runs along the turf towards the point fielder. Looks like Senyondo is at point now. He is going to come into the game pretty soon as well. So Eswa, just the 2 overs for him. Good delivery, played down the ground, straight to the bowler. Ooh, he's got him on the pads, and that's a not, and he's been given. Nizakat Khan, stay at the crease is over. He took his time. He would have wanted to go on, but he's gone. Ramjani picks up the wicket. And that's not the first time we've seen Nizakat. He's got this habit of putting his front foot absolutely straight down the ground. He gets back to it more often than not, and that brings Yasim Murtaza in at number 5. I think he's batted number 5 throughout the tournament. Probably trying to take some time as a batter as well. He is important in that batting lineup. But I might have sent Azaz Khan, especially given the situation. We're only into the 18th over. But he is the skipper of the side, Yasim Murtaza. And it's good from him. He's taking that responsibility at number 5. Such an important number in one-day cricket, the number 5 position. You could be in at any given situation. Ramjani already picking up a wicket, comes in again. This one is worked behind, and that's a misfield from Senyondo. And that's gone for a boundary. Fortuitous, but good start from Yasim Murtaza, 4 off the first delivery. Boundary to start for Yasim Murtaza. Nicely forward, defends it back down the ground. That previous one, pretty similar. Just the line on that one from Ramjani, just a little bit towards the leg side. Just got a little tickle. Misfield from that short fine leg fielder, and that dot ends the over. A successful one for Uganda. Ramjani picking up his first wicket. After 18 overs, it's 63 for 3. Chivuta still to continue. Bowling to Anshuman Rath, who's slowly but surely looked more and more at ease. I think one thing for Hong Kong that they'd be happy with is one of Anshuman Rath and Babar Hayat and Nazakat is still out there. Today it's Anshuman Rath. They've generally been the mainstays in this side for them to get a bigger score. Today Anshuman Rath is the man to do it. He is doing it really well. This one is really nicely worked behind square leg for a single off the hips there. Chivuta there, just drifting down the leg side a little bit, shorter in length. It's going to be bowling to Yasim Murtaza. A little bit of a difference in height between Anshuman Rath and Yasim Murtaza, so the bowler's got to adjust accordingly. He's probably going to have to go a little bit fuller to Yasim Murtaza. Shot wrapped on the pads, I think a little bit too high. Yasim Murtaza there just caught off guard by that little bit of nip off the surface. We had a few problems from this very end, and there we see the sawdust coming out. Hasn't been as bad as yesterday. We had a bit of drizzle playing on the same wicket we played yesterday. We had a little bit of rain yesterday. The outfield was a little bit soggy, so that wetness was brought on to the wicket by Ayush Shukla a little bit. He struggled in his first spell. This is a very good over from Chivuta. Uganda would be feeling good about themselves again because the Hong Kong boys were slowly starting to inch ahead in this game. They've packed them back again with that massive wicket of Nizakat Khan. Hong Kong still have the likes of Azaz Khan and Shiv Mato waiting in the dugout. Another plain miss from Yasim Murtaza. That one probably bouncing a little bit too much for him to be on that front foot. So important to pick length as quickly as possible. As a batter, you generally pick up the line is the first thing that you pick. And it's so important to pick up the length, because if you're caught in between, it's very difficult to manage. It's hard to transfer weight once you've been caught in between. Much better this time. Plays it off the front foot. Last ball of the 19th is a dot, and the score for Hong Kong China is 64 for the loss of 3. Another 31 overs remaining. Still a very long way to go in this innings. Chivuta seems like he's going to go off after that over for a little break. Seems like the substitute fielder is coming in now. Ramjani picking up a wicket in his very first over is going to continue. Anshuman Rath on strike to Ramjani for the first time. Goes back, punches it down the ground for a single. Sign off. Anshuman Rath feeling good about himself now. Just goes back, punches it down the ground for a single. Moves into the 30s for the first time this tournament. Beats him. The other really good thing about Ramjani is he's got very good pace as a spinner, and his ability to turn the ball at a decent pace makes it so hard for the batters. And this one is slower, tossed up a little bit. Doesn't give it as much air as Yasim Murtaza, but he does change his pace ever so often, just keeping batters honest. Another one, quite wide outside off stump, still played straight down the ground. Really got on top of that delivery. Yasim Murtaza. Nicely played again by Yasim Murtaza. He knows he can take his time. Still more than half the overs remaining. Another 30.1 to go after this. Goes down the ground, really nicely plays. Plays it along the ground for a single, and that'll end the over. 2 coming off it after 20. Hong Kong, China 66 for the loss of 3. And just off screen there was a bit of warming up being done by Juma Miyagi. And I think he is going to come into the attack for a second spell. He had a very good first spell, Juma Miyagi. Might as well start calling him Mia. I heard the boys out there from Uganda calling him Mia. That's a nice nickname for Juma Miyagi. I'm sure people watching from Uganda early morning would recognize Mia. So it's Mia into the attack. He's bowled really well. 1 for 10 in his 5 overs. And his first spell. Another good start round the stump straight away to the left-handers. 2 left-handers on the crease. I think it's interesting how different teams like to go about it. Uganda in their last game against Bahrain just made sure they kept the left hand right hand combination going for as long as they possibly could. That only came to a stop when they didn't have another left-hander left in the batting order. But for Hong Kong, they decide to just go with the batting order that they've decided on. Started off with a left-hand right-hand combination. And naturally, with Nizakat and Babar coming at number 3 and 4, that left-hand right-hand combination continued. But now Yasim Murtaza walking into the crease, making it a left-hander and a left-hander. Could have gone with Azaz Khan to make it a left-hand right-hand combination. Hong Kong decide against it. Decide to send in Yasim Murtaza at number 5, which so far looks like a decent move. That's very well timed in the gap. I think that's going to be stopped just right inside the boundary by Waswa. Picks it up with his right hand. Gets it into the keeper on the bounce. And 2 runs there from Yasim Murtaza. I think Aaron and I spoke about it yesterday as well. This outfield has not been as quick as we've seen here at Mission Road. Probably the more needs to come out and trim it down a little bit. But it hasn't been extremely slow either. A lot of deliveries have easily run across the fence, but yeah, it's slower than normal. Yasim Murtaza there really nicely behind that one. Very good technique there. Not opening up that right shoulder of his too early. keeping in line for as long as he could. This brings the bat down in a very good straight line. This might just be that magic move from Hong Kong, having Yasim Murtaza bat at number 5. He is not a lower order batter by any means. Loud appeal, not as loud. And Chuma Miyaji very quickly pulled out of that appeal. He knew Yasim Murtaza had a little bit of bat on that delivery before it hit his pads. So this move, I think in the long run, might just be something that the Hong Kong head coach Simon Willis might be looking at, as Yasim Murtaza being their man to walk in at number 5. He's done that through this tournament. Oh, gets beaten. Gets beaten by a beauty by Chuma Miyaji. Gets it to go away from the left-hander. That'll bring 21 overs to an end. Hong Kong, China, 68 for the loss of 3. And I've got Aaron Bush back for company, who had a decent break and a very good interview with our chairperson. Welcome back.
Thanks, Asif. Yeah, it's been a good morning's cricket so far. Tough battle for the Hong Kong China batters early on, grinding away. Archman Rath still out there opening the batting. That's good news for Hong Kong. 2 left-handers, perhaps Yasim also being sent in at number 5 while Ramjani's on. The 2 left-handers, perhaps a better chance. Certainly trying hard as Ange has smashed that one. He's going to pick up 4. Stop running for that one, everyone. It's in the books as a boundary.
It's nicely played by Anshuman Rath. First ball off a new over, puts him for a boundary, puts pressure right back on him straight away. This one off the outside half of the bat, just trickled away to the point fielder, Senyondo there. Oh, gets it off the inside half of the bat there. Just running away slowly towards the leg side. Anshuman Rath moving around much nicely now. Anshuman Rath looking very confident. It's on 35, his top score this tournament.
Yeah, he wants to go on with it, and just what's needed for Hong Kong China. Yasim. Pushes it onto the leg side, and still very animated captain Riyazat Ali Shah patrolling, catching mid-wicket position. There he is again.
And yes, on that point about Yasim Murtaza batting at number 5, I think you could actually be right with the left-arm spinner bowling from one end. They might have another left-arm spinner in their ranks as well. So
they do, Henry Senyondo.
So might as well have played a part in sending Yasim Murtaza at number 5. But I think he's batted number 5 in the previous 2 games as well.
Been a lot of left-arm spinners and left-arm bowlers in this tournament, let's be honest. End of the 22nd, the bowling card there, the baby bowling card, and used 5 bowlers so far. Just the 1 spinner. Just the 3 wickets so far. So we creep slowly towards the halfway mark. 73 for 3. What's the Wasps saying? 226. I think Hong Kong China would be very glad with that.
Well, yeah, they'd love to get to that. But I think for that, it's going to be very important for these two to build a partnership. Maybe at least a 50 to 70 run partnership between there somewhere, at least.
If you can let the likes of Ahsan Khan come in with 10 overs to go and a platform set, then the runs can pile on.
That's really nicely played again by Anshuman Rath. Just the clarity in thought from Anshuman Rath, I think, He's been really eager to get runs, and it showed with a couple of shots that he played along the ground. I think that cover drive, his first, he held the pose a little bit, and then that shot that he played, probably for me, shot of the day, straight down the ground before the drinks break, he held his pose a lot longer. Probably during that pose thinking to himself, yes, Anshi, you've got it.
Straying on the pads, that's beautifully played backward of square, flicked away, nobody out in the deep. It's raced away into the VIP tents for another boundary. Yasim Murtaza moves into double figures.
That hit the Hong Kong China cricket skirtings from Yasim Murtaza. Stylishly done by him. Isn't it lovely to watch the left-handers pick a delivery off their legs? One of the better sights in the game of cricket when a left-hander is on song. It's really nicely picked up. Not sure if Juma Mihaji had conceded a boundary before that. He'd only gone for 12 off his first 6 overs, but that was really nicely played. He went for 10 off his first 5, 12 off his 6, and he's already gone for 6 in the 3 deliveries he's bowled this over. So things getting slightly easier for Hong Kong, but they've got to stay patient, stay focused. Cannot afford to lose focus from here. It's nicely worked away. And down to the third man, Senyondo there.
Juma did concede a boundary in his first over, but what did he do the next ball? That perfect Yorker to Martin Coetzee after he got hit for a boundary and picked up the wicket in that first over.
None of the two things surprised me, because if it's Martin Coetzee, it's not going to be the first time when you see Martin Coetzee getting to a start with a boundary, and unfortunately he's been getting out in the first over as well.
An overstep, no ball. Too fast, trying too hard. Free hit coming up for Yasim Murtaza. He might be a little upset with himself that he missed out on that bouncer hook shot and got a double, but he is going to get the free hit as Juma just questions where the foot landed, and umpire Tabrak Dar says right there and points out where the line is and where your foot needs to be behind.
I just had my eyes on Yasim Murtaza there. He swiveled and he just walked off. He swiveled, heard the no ball, he just walked off. He could have been Hong Kong best of moment there. The wicketkeeper just threw it into the point fielder's hand, but just a bit too quick for him to just swivel and leave the field. But it's a free hit coming up. Bottom edged into the ground, no runs. Gets away with the free hit. Juma Miyaji.
One over the shoulder signalled by the umpires. That was a good no ball delivery from Juma. Changed the pace up. Missed time from Yasim Murtaza. Just the one extra in the books. Oh, well, the extra's going today. Well, that's the first bowling infringement of the entire day. No wides.
I've been so impressed with the discipline in terms of extras.
That's crunched. Smashed down to the ground. Short boundary to Argyle Street. Takes another boundary at the end of the over. A good one for Hong Kong China. 23 done.
Yasim Murtaza there. Brilliant shot. Probably not happy. And he missed out on the free hit. He said, "Nah, do it next ball."
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He takes it anyway. That's the biggest over of the innings for Hong Kong China by far. The first one into double figures, 12 coming from it.
Big over against the name of Juma Miyaji as well, I think. I'm not sure he's been taken for that many runs before, but that was good. That was good from Yasim Murtaza. And as we've spoken before, he's the skipper of the side. He knows exactly the strategy that he wants himself and his team to employ here. Is probably to take on their strike bowlers, put them under a little bit of pressure.
Now the battle of the lefties continues. Ramjani into his 4th over. Charge down the pitch, just a punch to long off. Takes the 1, rotates the strike, keeps the runs ticking over, and it moves to 38.
Nakrani there at long off, picking that one up.
I didn't recognise that he was down there because he's got the Uganda long sleeve jumper on, which I've not seen before.
I think I've seen him, the only person with that jumper.
Is it perhaps just his own? He's just got his own one.
Special.
Super yellow.
Yep, looking
no
good.
Orange.
Bright and yellow. Looks like the writing on that is also in black, much more clearer to see. Even I can tell the 19 from here. So maybe the other numbers have got to be in black as well. Harder to read the white of that yellow and orange, as this one is nicely timed down the ground for a single.
Next time you're on a break, go down and talk to Nakrani. Find out if that's the new version or the old version of the vest. It's a vest underneath the long sleeves. But
I'll do that, boss. And that was the end of the over as well. 2 coming off it after 24. It's 87 for the loss of 3 for Hong Kong, China.
Well, right on cue. That sweater is coming off because Nakrani's coming back into the attack from the Argyle Street end. Nakrani, who did have a all-yellow vest on, now back in the normal long sleeve with the orange 19 on his back with the orange stripes. I like the Uganda uniform. Very bright, apart from the numbers. Hard to read for us in commentary. I'm sure they don't care. Nakrani, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18 so far in his opening spell. That was from the Victoria Harbour end. He's going to pick up the ball from the Argyle Street end, give Juma Miyaji a break after going for 12 in the previous over from the Argyle Street end. And continues lefty to lefties. Full 1. Got protection in the deep on the short boundary. Yasim takes 1.
That FJ Sticks sounds beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, even with the headsets on, I can just hear it like a gunshot. When Nazakat is batting, Yasim is batting. It's really good. It's looking very nice. So far, I think he's looked the most comfortable out there out of all the batters that have come out today.
You'll get yourself in all sorts of trouble if you're saying Nazakat's playing out there with an FJ.
Yep. He has brilliant sponsors from Grey Nicks. I said it yesterday at Comms. He was properly kitted out. Lovely shoes from Grey Nichols, and the bats and the gloves and the helmets and everything was beautiful.
Nice recovery. Crani to Anshuman Ruth now. Wants the tip and run.
Sent back by the skipper. A quick no from him. This is one partnership where they might not have batted together that much. I'm sure they have, but compared to the other partnerships we've seen in the Hong Kong-China lineup, this one probably a partnership that is not had a very long life yet, but they're into it and they've done well in this partnership as well. Looking good. Hong Kong, China, 88 for the loss of 3. Yasim Murtaza, 18 of 30. He's looked good. Ooh, tries to run it down. Better off letting them go. Oh yes, Anshuman Rath might as well play a proper full-blooded cut shot to that. Not too much of a fan of these cheeky little rundowns to third man, because they get batters into so much trouble so often. That is well played, but it's a fielder there. They have kept their mid on inside the circle, and that'll bring Nakrani's comeback over to an end. Hong Kong China halfway through the first innings. 88 for the loss of 3. Westwa once again playing the mediator and the translator for us. What was the question, Aaron?
Okay, so here was my question. I was looking at mid-wicket during that over, and the number 14 was out there at mid-wicket, who we know is Frank Nzambuga, but the man standing at mid-wicket was definitely not Frank. It's Raghav Dhawan. So now I know he's borrowed the vest because it's so cold of the 12th man. Okay, that's what I cleared up. As Ramjani continues.
Good work there from the skipper, Riyazat Ali Shah. Quickly moving across to his left side, picking it up nicely, gets it quickly into the wicket keeper.
Okay, so you see top of screen just doing the wickets now. That is Frank/Raghav.
Yeah,
you got the number 14 on.
He's been in the slips, I think, throughout the whole day.
Yeah, see, you could just see he's got on the back there, Nzambuga. So it was confusing me.
No surprise he's cold, because he's not moved a lot today. He's been in the slips throughout the day, so probably a little bit cooler for him than the rest of the unit.
My question is, what is poor old Frank wearing at the moment then?
That's a good question. Might have borrowed a little vest from the Hong Kong China side. This is a friendly enough tournament. But I see some of the Hong Kong boys with their hands under their armpits just shivering away. Just wearing that 12th, 13th man vest with nothing on top.
Well,
that's not very fair.
Yeah, freezing cold over in the dugout. Another single. So just push Ramjani around. Keep the rotation.
Just off screen, I think it's Atikur Rahman Iqbal and Waqas Burkat who've got the drink passing duties.
This one down to long off for a single as well. 3 in a row.
Looks like Uganda have got a beanie as well. A team beanie, which is nice.
Well, that is something I've been asking Cricket Hong Kong China for. I'm currently wearing a Reebok beanie because my ears are cold even with the headset on. We need a Cricket Hong Kong broadcast beanie. That's the end of the over. 3 singles coming from the 26th. Hong Kong China 91 for 3.
Aaron, I'm going to leave you to it. Going to take a little break until a little bit, and I'll join you back pretty soon.
Yeah, I'll take it through to the drinks break. Thank you very much, Asif Hussain. He'll be back for the 3rd session of this first innings. Nakrani to continue from the Argyle Street end. No fine leg in the deep. They do have one just off camera for the lefties inside the circle. Deep third. Just backward point. Not deep backward point. There is a deep cover of Kenneth Waiswa. That's going through square. They got the deep square leg in place as well. Take one. Handy little partnership forming now between Anshuman Rath and Yasin Mirza. 32 off 51. Well, my system has not updated since last over. It's now 34 off 54 deliveries, the partnership. So even better. Yasin back on strike. Gets one on the pads and adds another single. Picking it off middle, but full, whipped around. I said there was no deep fine leg inside the circle, so this has to be chased down. Nice boundary for Yassim. He moves into the 20s. He shuffles across again. Gets this one outside off. Quick tip and run single. He was off quickly. Another direct hit. And another direct hit, not ending in a run out. Really well run. Yassim was almost out of frame by the time the ball hit the stumps. Some good runs flowing so far in the 27th. 7 off with 1 ball remaining. And it will be a dot. Bit of aggression from Nakrani, threatening to throw down the stumps, but it's in the books as a dot. 27 done. Hong Kong, China almost at the 3-figure mark. 99 for 3. Changing bowling. First time into the attack today. Brought into the team for the final. Henry Senyondo. Got the 2 left-arm spinners. I'd be happier if there was a nice right-hander out there, but at the moment, Hong Kong, China. 2 left-handers out in the middle, so Henry is going to have to work, try to generate a wicket. His captain, Rizad Ali Shah's thrown in the ball. Got Rizad Ali just still in that little wide. That brings up the 100 as well for Hong Kong, China. Gets a round of applause from the dugout. Shake of the hands from the captain, Yassim Murtaza, with Anjuman Rath. Not sure I've seen that before. Shake of the hands to bring up the 100, but they've known they've worked hard out there in the middle, these two. Team was 59 for 3. It was precarious times. If my maths is correct, those 2 singles this over have brought up the biggest partnership of the day for Hong Kong, China. Equal. 42, same as the partnership between Anjuman Rath and Nazakid Khan. That was 42 off 69. This one 42 off 63 so far. And a couple of dots to finish off the over. 28 done. Hong Kong, China bringing up the 100. They're 103 for 3. 101 for 3, I should say. 22 overs remaining. Wasp projector suggesting 240 now. We a total that they'll be happy with. Around 18 minutes to the next drinks break. So these two, Anjuman Rath and Yassim Murtaza, be looking to guide the team through. Weiswar back into the attack. After helping me out, figure out who was wearing Frank's shirt. Is now going to have a bowl. Kenneth Weiswar, 2 overs, none for 13 so far. Kenneth Weiss was going to take the ball from the Argyle Street end. So mixing up the bowling here. Uganda trying to generate that 4th wicket. I think he's hit the ground there, Yasim Murtaza. Both Cyrus and Kenneth thinking there was a wicket there. Pretty sure it was all dust. You could see the big plume fly up as it flew past. And that's been deposited. It's been picked up out of the slot straight into the sheds. Big bang. And it goes big, big bang for 6. Wide of the crease, crunched hands too, that one, as it was hit hard. Again, good sound off the FJ. A stinger for Raghav Darwin, who's been moved out of slip and put into some sort of a catching extra cover position. Raghav Darwin, we talked about him wearing Frank's shirt, but he's also the older brother of former India player Rishi Darwin. Some talent in the Darwin family. It's driven straight, hard, but straight to the fielder. 50 partnership up between Anshuman Rath and Yasim Murtaza. Just 68 deliveries. It's a well-timed 50 partnership required when they came together. 3 for 59. Done a fine job in justifying the decision for Yasim to bat at 5 in front of Azaz Khan, because that is setting up a platform for Azaz to come out where he can be very dangerous. Good fielding off his own bowling there by Waiswa. Well, Uganda were well on top in that first 15 or so overs. And now searching, looking to try to find a wicket in this second session. Good runs coming from that over for Hong Kong China as well. 9 off it, 29 done, 110 for 3. Henry Sonyondo to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Tidy first over from him, just the 2 singles coming from it. There'll be another one to Yasim, down to long off. Every over that these two stay together, the computer projector gets happier and happier. 245. You can see the bottom of the red section on the right. It's the computer processing what it thinks the score will be after 50. Still plenty of cheering in the crowd, well, on the field, I should say, from Uganda. You can hear Chewuda out at deep square leg. A charge this time, a chance of a catch in the deep. The catch is taken, and that's a huge wicket. Breaks the big partnership. Senyondo strikes, and Yasser Murtaza departs on 31, caught in the deep. Robinson Abuya with the catch in the deep, and an attacking Yasser Murtaza has to depart. He sat and took the dots. He was happy, and then it's decided it's time to go big, but the longest boundary attacking, that's why the slow bowlers like to bowl from the Argyle Street end, and lures players trying to go long into the softball ground. Yasser Murtaza fell for the trap. He goes. Zaz Khan comes out at number 6. Decent platform set, and Uganda will know. No Wakas Barkat in the team today for Hong Kong China, so after Azaz, it starts getting into the bowlers. Hassan Khan, of course, can hit a ball. Probably come out next. Or Shiv, of course. It will be Shiv. Well, depends on where we're at. If they need a pinch-hitting big runs, they might send SR out, but if a wicket falls before the drinks break, it will very much be Shiv Mata coming out, number 7. Uganda will be very happy because now they've got a right-hander to attack with their left-arm spinners of Henry Senyondo and Alpesh Ramjani. So the slip is in place. And what an over that was from Henry Senyondo. He gets the breakthrough after 30. Hong Kong China 112 for 4. Just the one over for Kenneth Waiswa from the Argyle Street end, with Chewuda back into the attack with the new batter. And a run there to Anshuman Rath has got and brought up his 50. Anshuman Rath, the man that's been surviving out there as others have fallen for Hong Kong China. A well-fought 50 off 82 deliveries. He's picked up 6 boundaries as well. His wagon wheel there, and he scored around the park, which has been good to see. He's in the runs. He needs somebody to join him. 50 off 82 down the non-striker's end. And this is the man that Shewuda wants to attack now, the new batter, Azaz Khan on strike. Gives him a wide one, which he's punched hard through extra cover. There's the deep cover in place, scrambling around. Does well. Alpesh Ramjani out in the deep. Nice 2 to start with, a loose one from Shewuda. Oh, floated away down to deep third. It's going to beat everyone. It's going to beat the deep third. Nicely played down onto the bleachers. Some fans watching on near the scoreboard. Nicely played. Azaz Khan gets his first boundary. That's a better delivery right on middle stump. Cosmas Shewuda getting his line right now. A couple of loose ones. Interesting time of the game now with 1 to 2 overs after this left before the drinks break. These two survive. Hong Kong will be happy. Wicket. Uganda will be back on top. Leaves that one well alone, well outside off. 3 dots to finish off the over. 7 runs coming from it. 31 done, 19 remain. Hong Kong, China 119 for 4. A steady worm for Hong Kong, China as it continues to climb. Wicket falling. The computer's now projecting 230. Azaz Khan at the non-striker's end in his brand new racy red shoes. Anshuman Rath with his half-century on strike. And the wicket taker, Henry Senyondo, continuing from the Victoria Harbour end. No slip for the lefty. Oh, he puts that one in hard and fast and tries to belt away. A little bit of a bobble misfield in the deep by Juma Miyagi, but doesn't cause any issues. Keeps it to 1. Mentioned it a few times. It just little parts of the outfield can be a little uneven if the ball's running along the ground. You really have to get the body behind, and to his credit, Juma Miyagi did. A massive appeal by Dinesh Nakrani, who is standing at mid-wicket. is the only interest. The play, but leave it alone from Azaz. Keeping the back foot down. Good glove work from Cyrus, just in case the back foot came up. But shorter and stand-up punch. There is Dinesh Nakrani. He's got the all yellow with black writing vest on now. Again. Just dropped down and had to get the bat back quickly. Another tidy over from Henry. 1 run coming from the 32nd. Hong Kong, China, 120 for 4. Whipped off the pads, protection in the deep. Now, fine leg, takes 1. Again, that'll allow Shewuda to attack towards Zaz Khan. Took him for 4. The previous over, then 3 dot balls to finish it off. Interest from bowler and keeper. None from umpire Tabarak Dar. Cosibus perhaps asking Tabarak, what did I hear then? And gets this one to move away, even with the older ball. Should be drinks after this over. So Zaz Khan needs to survive 3 deliveries. Shewuda has 3 more. See if he can get the 5th wicket. Get half the team down for Hong Kong, China. That's driven nicely. Only a single. Johnny out in the deep. I think Nakrani got a hand on that one, fielding near the AstroTurf area. So now it'll be Anshuman Rath on strike. 2 balls left at the 33rd. He drives hard and straight. Good fielding off his own bowling, but it parried backwards, allowing a quick single. Well, parried forward. Ball went forward, then parried back. Was forward off Shewuda and got down quickly. Long way down for the tall quick. Helped up by Cyrus Kuru with the gloves on. One, two, three, four, 4 with 1 ball left to the 33rd. On leading edge down to deep third. Take the single. 4 runs coming from the 33rd. As we go into the drinks break here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground, it's the final. With Uganda winning the toss, electing to bowl. Got a good start. The fight back from the opener, Anshuman Rath, and the captain with a handy 31, Yasim Murtaza, getting some runs on the board, 124 with 17 remain. Join us just the other side of this drinks break here live on Cricket Hong Kong YouTube. Drinks break done here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Aaron Bush with you. 2 out in the middle surviving. And 17 overs remaining. Where can Hong Kong get to? Want to put a good score on, put some pressure on. Know that the Uganda batters can score big. Chase down their 240 with only 1 ball remaining, but did so in game 1. Henry Senyondo to continue, and back in commentary, one Asif Hussain.
Inspired selection, this. Henry Sanyondo. He's picked up an all-important wicket off Yasim Murtaza.
It was a massive wicket. It's not the first time we've seen Yasim here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground thinking he can clear the ropes. Often does, but if I had $1 for every time I've called a game where Yasim Murtaza has holed out at either long on or long off, I could probably buy lunch at least.
It's a difficult one to, blame on the batter. I think it's so difficult as well. Oh, the reverse comes out. He does it really nicely. It's been put away for 4. I love that shot. It's really good, Aaron.
I have seen Anshuman play that beautifully a number of times, and I've also seen him completely miss it and get bowled on his leg stump. But he got away. Well, didn't get away with it. That was well played. Give him the respect that it deserves. It was a very nice reverse.
A conventional reverse sweep, not really a switch hit. Didn't really change his stance. Stayed left-handed and just turned the bat around. Played it nicely along the ground. Looks like it was in good control of that shot, which is good to see.
Putting pressure on the fielders. No direct hit this time, so safely through.
Expensive start in this over. He's gone for 7 of 4. He had gone for 6 off his first 3 overs.
Again, pressure. Ali Shah with the shy. Well wide. Round of applause from the dugout. I like it. Put pressure on.
Good cricket all around. It's a decent delivery. Worked away nicely as well, and they ran through really nicely. It was a good pick up and throw from Yazid Ali Shah as well. Just a little bit wide. Otherwise, it was good. He picked it up. Just let it go in one motion.
Picks the gap between Ali Shah and Aboyu. Little discussion. Smile on the face of Robinson's dial of whose that one was in the end. Runs off every single delivery. 9 coming from the 34th as Hong Kong China move to 133 for 4. There's all the batters and where the runs have been scored so far for Hong Kong China. And it's good. It's all around the ground. Those blue lines, 4 runs, picking up 4s all around the park.
Same area for the 6s. 2 red dons. Nizakat getting those 6s. Looks like we've got from Johnny coming back into the attack. It's going to be bowling to the shorter end.
Yeah, he's from the Argyle Street end. This is the danger end. Rarely see the slower bowlers. You want to be right at 100% of your craft.
I think that's one of the things that the batters got to keep out of their head. Just bat normally. Don't try and... They could try, but not over-try. Trying to hit towards the shorter boundary. Ramjani will take the ball away from Azaz. So be playing right across the line if he decides to have a go at the shorter boundary.
Long off, long on in place in case of a skied catch. As Ramjani comes around the wicket to Azaz Khan.
Nicely forward there, Azaz Khan. They've got a deep square, cow corner, and a long on the leg side on the fence.
Charges, tries to go big, straight over the top, flat batted, goes skied over the top of Waiswa's head for 6.
So good from Azaz. That first step, so important took it towards mid-off and then just moved away a little bit to get room to put that away. It was really nicely played and well done. On the next one, just takes a single, goes to the other end. I really just picked up on the wicket keeper. He's got a weird routine when he is getting ready to face the bowler coming in. He's got a bit of a gloves up and down a few times before he goes 1, 2, and then stays there. Did a bit more the last ball. He went up a few times and came down a few times before he got static.
Interesting routine. Hits hard, hits 3-count corner, 4 runs, smashed. The dangerous end is showing its danger.
Just missed the fielder there. A leaping Riyazat Ali Shah. Just got it a few inches over him. Good enough on the day. Anshuman Rath moves into the 60s with that boundary. Gets the outside edge this time. Nakrani fields it on the point, and after 35, Hong Kong, China looking good on 144 for the loss of 4. Manhattan there, the second biggest over of the innings from Uganda. 6 from Azaz Khan and a boundary from Anshuman Rath's bat.
Don't get me wrong, I know what Riyazat Ali Shah was trying, using Ramjani from the Argyle Street end. There's big patches, there's usually more turn even available if you're bowling from that end, but the danger of the short boundary always comes into play, and nobody knows that more than these two out in the middle, Azaz Khan and Anshuman Rath, as Henry Senyondo continues.
He's probably in the same kind of dilemma where he wants to get through all the overs of his premier spinners, because Senyondo I think has bowled only 4. Yep, and Ramjani has 4 left, so he can't necessarily keep them on one end and get both of them to bowl out their quota of overs. So he might as well have just thought maybe Ramjani, the more experienced of the two, the more senior of the two, and the more in form of the two. He picked up a 5 for last game, so I threw the ball to him towards the shorter end.
I know I might sound like I'm contradicting myself after game 1 where I said Azaz Khan should perhaps have a bowl from the Argyle Street end, get through this ball. But I only said that because it was Azaz Khan, who has bowled on this pitch more than probably anyone else in the history of cricket in Hong Kong. So somebody that knows exactly what he's up for, whereas Ramjani getting thrown in at the Argyle Street end. Worth a chance, but didn't pay off, at least in the first time. Let's see if he gets a second one from down there.
I'd be surprised.
I'd be shocked.
So they run through for a single again. This partnership looking really nice for Hong Kong. Anshuman Rath, as we've spoken so many times about Anshuman Rath, once he gets going, just looking better and better as the innings progress for him. For his sake, I'd love him to continue till the end. It's well played along the turf for no run though. Senyondo, I think he leaked some runs last over, otherwise he's been very good, very tight.
Comes down the pitch and has to get back very, very quickly. Does so. No interest, Azaz Khan, on the misfield from Senyondo.
And she puts both his hands up and says, "Sorry mate, my bad. Was a bad call, but lucky he's got back home safely. No harm done there." And she maybe halfway through the pitch might have realized, oh no, not the right thing to do. Turned away quickly, went back to his crease.
Absolutely. It was a terrible decision. Last thing he wants to do is get run out at this point, so he takes a nice easy single on the leg side.
End of 36. Hong Kong, China, 2 away from 150 for the loss of 4 wickets. Partnership moving on to 36. And almost scared me there for a little bit, because I might have started to get comments of, oh, commentators curse again, stocking him up, and he's got himself run out.
Yeah, we don't want that at all. Not in the final. Now, as suggested, Ramjani is only going to bowl one from the Argyle Street end. He's been replaced by Kenneth Waiswa.
It looks like our producer's pretty hungry, pointing to the screen, telling us the food's there. We know the food's there, but we got 14 overs to get through.
You've got 14 overs to get through. I might go over and check out the tent before the food gets
You're the
cold.
boss. You're the boss.
We'll get through to the end, as hopefully can these two for Hong Kong, China.
We've got Dinesh Nakrani right in front of us. Probably will take my headset off and have a little chat with him about his...
At the vest?
Yeah, he was too far away from me. I didn't get to go around the ground.
You could almost give him a high five. He's so close to us at the moment.
I'm going to do that. Don't worry.
I think it's the old one. I think there's something, an old logo covered up on it when he turns around. But you'll get the scoop on the black numbered vest as Waiswa comes in. They're going to have to run hard, and they do run hard. Shy at the wickets from Sen Yondo. Okay, Asif Hussain is off. He's off to find out about the vest. My money's on it's an old vest because there's a logo patched up, covered up. But it could be anything. Stick around. They're having a chat right in front of me. As Waiswa comes in, Zaz Khan. Stand-up punch for a single down to long on. Now waiting with bated breath. Asif Hussain is back, having a chat to Dinesh Kumar Nakrani.
Yes, Aaron, that's an old one.
Oh, there we go. I win the bet with myself.
That's a World Cup one.
Oh, nice.
So, because they've got you spoke about the little tape in front there. It's probably because they're not allowed to wear it, and he forgot to bring his newer one.
Oops.
So he's having to do with this one, but he's got to put tape on in the front.
I don't know if the Uganda team do fines like some cricket teams do, but he might have to put some money into the kitty after this game.
He might very well have had to. They might have said, you got to pick us this number of wickets if you want to get away with the fine.
Absolutely.
And he's done well with the ball. He's done really well with the ball for Uganda. Waiswa getting a second spell. He hasn't looked too threatening, Waiswa, unfortunately for him, as much as I love his run-up and his bowling action.
I think it's his third spell
Third
for his fourth over. Bowled 2, bowled 1, break, bowling another one, if my numbers are correct.
Could very well be, because I remember him being taken off after the first 2 overs that he bowled. I love the hairband. I love the run-in.
Two balls left of the 37th. Nice one to the red shoes of Azaz Khan. Tip and run went straight to the backward point fielder, but they were off so quickly. Nothing that Ramjani could do about it. Good running between these two, keeping the runs ticking over. Boundary here and there, singles otherwise.
One ball remaining in the 37th. Hong Kong past 150 now. Wasp says 245. I think that'd be still a decent enough score, but I think,
Bang!
it's going to be much more if Anshi keeps batting like that. Deposited over the mid-wicket fence for 6. Anshuman Rath on the move now.
Just getting confirmation, did it land inside or over? We're going with over. Massive, big 6 to finish off the over.
spectators enjoying the weather. It's a bit cold today.
It is. I've had to go acquire a Cricket Hong Kong China hoodie.
That's nice looking, slick.
Thanks. I just wanted to point out, with that 6, all of a sudden, just like that, flick of her fingers, this is the second biggest partnership of the day for Hong Kong China. 46 off 43. 24 for Anjanit and 22 for Azaz Khan.
I think Azaz Khan was just the right man for the time he walked in. I think he'd been in very good nick throughout the All-Stars, and I think for a long while now he's been in very good touch. I think Anshuman Rath finding his feet as well just makes it much better for Hong Kong now. This partnership just ticking along very nicely. Another single off the first delivery from Sen Yondo, who's into his 5th or 6th over. He's bowled 5, he's into his 6th.
On that partnership now, 47 off 44, 24 for Ange, 23 for Azaz Khan. If you do the sums on that, as we wait for this ball, and swat it away for another single. No extras again in this partnership. And I went back, just had a look at the scorecard. Still no change. 2 leg byes, 1 no ball. That's all. 1 bowling error by Uganda in 37.2 overs. It's just ridiculous.
That's selfish.
Oh, that's 6.
Oh, that's not selfish, but that's hit a long way by Azaz Khan. Great skills, lovely shot for 6. It's amazing how so many of these Hong Kong players, they hit 6s actually running down the track. It's such an important skill to have in modern day cricket.
It's also important to get the power. The 50-run partnership, obviously, they were at 47 or so. Now they're up over 50 run. It's now the biggest partnership of the day, in fact, 54 off 46.
And it came up with a 6.
It did. Finally, a milestone brought up with a boundary. But that long boundary, that's where Yasin Murtaza hold out, standing in the crease. Azaz brings more power coming down. This time tries to find a gap on the leg side. Good fielding.
I think it's good from the bowler and good awareness from Azaz as well. Ran down the wicket last ball. This one, it seemed like he was waiting on that back foot, just expecting the bowler to go a little bit shorter. The bowler not giving in to that last hit. Decided to try his best to keep it full. Was on a back of length, but didn't really concede runs. So that's a good comeback from Sen Yondo. After that 6, a couple of dots.
I'm watching Anshuman Rath. He's been out there since the beginning, so all 38 overs, and he's still chasing down, looking for the quickest of singles. Thigh pad going down leg. The appeal at least got away, made sure it wasn't called wide down leg. End of the over, 38 done. Hong Kong, China, 166 for 4.
That's good wicket keeping, but I still like Achalam better. Just my preference. Enjoyed watching Achalam wicket keep for Uganda. So far, this has been a good partnership. 54 off 49. It's come in good time as well. These two have found boundaries whenever they've tried to go hard.
They are trying anything and everything from the Argyle Street end at the moment. Uganda, another bowling change.
Mia comes in.
Juma Miyaji.
Juma Miyaji, absolutely. Oh, a bit of the old stuff. Gets Anshuman Rath on that thigh pad again with a little bit of an inside edge. Anshuman Rath might just be going as he's saying, mate, what have I done to you? You're trying to get me out or hit me on the legs only.
Notice that he's allowed to bowl in the sleeves again.
I think there's something to do with the color of the sleeves as well. You could see it on screen. They've got some color to it. Looks like a skin tone color, but it's not entirely white. So maybe that is the reason why the batters have had no problem, and the umpires have just let him continue with that. I think the one that was asked to be taken off yesterday was a bit more a closer color to the color of the ball. So maybe the umpires decided this is not something that we can allow. So they asked him to take it off. But yeah, Juma Miyaji back again. He's going to have 3 overs. Exactly 16 more deliveries that he can bowl.
He's the naughty one. He's the only one to bowl an extra.
I think
One front foot overstep. The only bowler's error all day.
no Chinese New Year gifts to the Hong Kong China side from Uganda. That is well run again. I think Anshuman Rod there judging it to perfection. Throw went to safely in there at the non-striker's end. The throw went to Azaz Khan's end at the non-striker. Anshuman Rod, really good awareness. First calling him through, and then heard definite shouts of him saying your end. Just letting his partner know. This one has worked away nicely. The fielder's not going to get to it. Anshuman Rod now picking the gaps, more like the Anshuman Rod that we know. Another boundary to his tally. Moves on to 79. That was really good from Anshuman Rod. Just got on top of that bounce, swivel pulled that between that gap between deep fine leg and deep square. There again, lovely shot, edged, inside edge down to the boundary and fine leg. Nakrani there on the boundary. Nakrani there, just having a little bit of fun with the commentators and the broadcast team here. Not happy with one of the calls early on. But Anshuman Rod, he's got 83 to show for his effort. Nicely worked down to third man. Probably the shot that he was trying to play last ball, but the bowler. Juma Miyaji, he's starting to look a little bit expensive for his liking. 8 overs, 35 for 1 after 39. Hong Kong, China, 177 for 4.
As I said, they're trying anything and everything from the Argyle Street end to try to bleed the runs, stop the bleeding of the runs. So the backstory on Asif saying that inside edge was a good shot. We did have Dinesh Kumar Nakrani right in front of broadcast, who was mentioning that he thought he might have got Anshuman out earlier with an LBW, which was denied, turned down. So
Ramjani coming on from the softball court end.
And no more Ramjani from the Argyle Street end.
I think on the other end, the number of bowling changes probably down to the fact that Riyazat wants to bowl his spinners only from the softball court end now. He's not going to take a chance from the shorter end, the Lion Rock end.
Anshuman Rod tries to sweep around the corner, but picks out backward square on the 45.
The conventional sweep coming out this time. He's had a reverse, and now he was going for that conventional one. Did well to get down in time. Swept it nicely. Found the fielder though.
Backs away, picks out the fielder at cover this time.
I think lucky this time. Definitely not the length that he wanted to go back to. I'm sure he realized it as well. just chopped down on it. And Nakrani, still good figures for him. 1 for 28 off 6.2.
Taking a single. They're going to shy at the non-strikers. Going to be very, very close.
That was a fantastic pickup, and that is why I call him the Duplessis. So good to his weaker side, to be able to turn around in time and pick it up with his right hand was a fantastic effort. And if my eyes were right, I thought it was a very close call on the run out as well. Driven away. Azaz wants a second. It's not there. Good calling from Anshuman Rath, sending Azaz back in time.
On that previous one, I'm glad Anshuman Rath didn't get run out, because I was waiting to say that he's now got the highest score for Hong Kong China in the tournament, 85, surpassing Nazakat Khan's 84. And it was a bit heart and mouth stuff while that ball went flying away. Good throw from Mirzad Ali Shah.
Nicely played. Along the ground. Too long off for a single. Anshuman Rath onto 86. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful moment for him if he gets there. Don't want to say it. You know what I'm talking about.
No idea. No. I'm not getting involved.
Yeah. 180 on the board. 86. Azaz on 31. Comes down. Hits hard. Riyazat Ali Shah in the way again. Love his movement.
40 done, 10 remain. Hong Kong China 180 for 4. I'll step out for 5 overs. Asif Hussain will take you through until the 41st. Then at 45, I might come back and join you for the final exciting 5 overs of this, the final of the Tri-Nation Series 2025. There's the partnerships.
There we have the partnerships. Good partnership between Rath and Nizakat, 42 there. Rath and Yasim, 53. Rath and Azaz, 68. The best of the lot. We all knew Azaz Khan had been in the runs, but it's heartening to see Anshuman Rath in the runs. An honest, hard-working young man, Anshuman Rath. Ooh, that went away after pitching. Signaled wide by the umpire. I think probably started around that wide marker and went further away. And as Aaron steps out of the comms, that's the first wide given by Uganda. Stay away, Aaron. Thumbs up from Nakrani. Happy with that. Happy with only 1 wide so far. They've only given away 1 no ball. Leg bys, I don't really count them into the extras. So only 2 extras in 40 overs. It was Juma. He is the only one to have ball. Oh, a diving Westwa, can't get hands to that one. Anshuman Rath moves into the 90s. Will he be in the nervous 90s? That's 4. Juma comes in again, driven straight down the ground, mid-off in place, but that's it, straight to him. They still get through for 1. Anshuman Raat moves into the 90s with that one. 91 for him. And this over, 6 coming off it so far. Half the over gone. Anshuman Raat just running down, having a little chat. Can definitely tell by the looks of it, it's been pretty cold out there. And the Hong Kong dugout. Juma comes in again. Full toss down the leg side. That's going to be the second wide. Coming back for the second. Good running from Hong Kong. It's going to be 3 wides. Juma Miyagi just getting a little frustrated there. Looking for that magical Yorker. Missed his length, missed his line. Drifted down the leg side. A decent hand from the wicketkeeper though. Otherwise, would have been 5 wides for sure. No bowler yet to pick up more than 1 wicket. Got 4 bowlers with 1 wicket each. Miyagi Nakrani, Ramjani and Sinyondo. Juma Miyagi in his 9th over. It's well played by Azaz Khan. Better length from Juma Miyagi. It's more like the length that is hit throughout the tournament. A little bit of frustration creeping in into the Uganda ranks now. Sivuta there on your screens at mid-off, working on that ball. Comes in. Azar smashes that one, chance of a run out. They'll get one on the overthrow. That would have been close had that hit. It's good work from Veswa. He did give away one, but I don't blame him. I think a direct hit would have had him. So far, we've had maybe 13 direct hits in the tournament, yet to have a run out of a direct hit. That one would have been out, but that didn't hit the stumps. That's the way this tournament has been. And Anshuman Raat back on strike, batting on 91. Down the leg side, again another wide. That's probably more wides in 1 over than they have bowled in matches that they've played. I don't think they've bowled more than 4 or 5 wides in a match before. They might have. My memory is not that good. But Miyagi here, he's leaked some wides here. Looks like there is some Kung Hei Fat Choi going on with the extras. Ooh, beaten on the inside of the bat. Anshuman Raat there, playing all over that delivery. 41 gone. Hong Kong, China, 191 for 4. Starting to see the buildings taller and taller as these two get into the last 10 overs. Looks like we are going to be in for some entertainment if these two bat throughout this innings. Another 54 deliveries to go. What can Hong Kong get up to? They got up to 270 the last time these two batted, and Uganda chased it down. Hong Kong definitely would be wanting more than that last 9 overs. Maybe another 80, another 90 runs from here. Don't think that's going to be an impossible task if these two bat throughout. Azaz Khan on strike though to Ramjani, who has been the pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets. Chawuta, no wicket for him today. He had 6 before today. Comes down, not there for him to go through with the big hit. Decides to just tap it back to the bowler. Good work there from Azaz Khan. I like that. Oh, he's been bowled going back to 1. That wasn't that shot. Azaz will be disappointed as I am. He's been bowled on 32. I think the back foot just did not work for Azaz today. There are a number of deliveries through this innings where he went back and got pinned on the pads. This time around, this was within the stumps and he's missed it and got bowled. That was 79, the partnership between these two. The highest of the game. And in walks Shiv Mathur. Young man at 17. He's been in the runs in domestic cricket for Hong Kong under-19s as well. Skipper of the Hong Kong under-19s team. He'll be soon joining up with them in a few months for a World Cup qualifying tournament. One of the best upcoming players in Hong Kong China cricket. He's facing Ramjani, who's already got 2 wickets. He picked up 5 yesterday. He's got 2 today. He'll definitely have his tail up after that wicket of Azaz Khan. Hong Kong China with that partnership were running away with it. Gets back, nicely played. Straight down the ground. Good straight bat from him. Well work towards the leg side, looking for 2. The bowler runs after it himself. The skipper gives him a little clap above the head, which is good. Well done by the bowler. Keeps it down to 1. Shiv Mathur off strike. Brings back Anshuman Rath on strike. And from here onwards, Anshuman Rath becomes so much more important for Hong Kong to put a good total on the board. He's going to have to just bide his time. He's into the 90s. I think the situation here, he can take his time, look to work the singles around for a little bit, build a little bit of a partnership. So in the last 4 or 5 overs, they could let guys like Rana Nasrullah and Hassan Khan let loose. A little aerial, but played straight to the bowler. That's the end of the over. After 42, Hong Kong China 193 for the loss of 5. Looks like Westwise coming back into the attack, or is he not? He was just handing over, I think, Chewutas. He was handing over Chewutas' shirt or sweater to the umpire. Juma Miyaji has been taken out of the attack. Chewuta is back into the attack. On the leg side, not sure if he's got any bat to that. Looks like he has no signals from the umpire. Another run to Anshuman Rath. 93 for him now. Shiv Mathur, the 13-year-old back on, 17-year-old back on strike. It's not 13, it's much older than that. I don't know where 13 came from. Just popped up in my head. I've got a 13-year-old playing some Challenge League game today, so maybe that's where it came from. I'm still thinking about my young players that are playing a Challenge League game today. Nicely played by Shiv Mathur. Comes down the track, punches it down the ground for a single. Would love to see the Shiv Mathur that I know unleash here towards the end of the innings. Make no mistake, he can hit the ball. He's got all the shots in the game of cricket. It's only the mental side of the game that he needs to work on. Shot ball, pulled away. Not in the gap though. Just one run to Anshuman Rath. Fine leg, picks that one up. On to 94. Very close to something that I don't want to say. Anshuman Rath, don't want to jinx him. It's well played, looking for the single, not there, straight to Veswa at extra. Looks like Dinesh Nakrani was doing a little bit of a warm-up, a little bit of a stretch-up at the boundary line. He could soon be into action. Chawuta into his 8th over. He's got a couple more. Juma bowled 9. Goes down the track. Trying to play that flashy shot outside the off stump. Five deliveries gone in the over. 1 ball to go. Up and over, but there's a fielder there. Shiv finds him. Easily picked out. Shiv trying to up the ante there. Uncharacteristic of him. He was trying to go big. Finds the fielder at long off. Shiv Mathur takes the long walk back. Ehsan Khan walking in at number 8. He joins Anshuman Rath, who's on 94. That was the end of that over. Chawuta picking up his first of the game after 43. Hong Kong, China, 196 for 6. Ehsan Khan, and now in partnership with Anshuman Rath. Anshuman Rath going for that cheeky little reverse scoop. Doesn't get much bat onto that one. Lucky to not have got out as well. I'd rather have him playing straight down the ground. Probably more excited for his 100 than he himself is. Oh, did I say that? He's walked it away. looking for a 2. Don't think it's there. That's a good pickup. And keeps it to a 1. Ehsan Khan batting at number 8, and he can bat. On strike to Ramjani. Quicker, flatter, trying to pin that pad. There's a bat in the way from Ehsan Khan, and just punches it down the ground. Intercepted by Ramjani himself. That was down the leg side, probably. Ehsan Khan. Not a new thing to see from Ehsan Khan. He loves the sweep shot. Probably too full for him to sweep, but he went for it nonetheless. 2 deliveries remaining in Ramjani's 9th over. He'll have 1 more after this. Shorter this time, nicely goes back and plays it back to the bowler. 1 ball remaining in the over. Another 6 to go after this. And the Wasp saying 2 for 1 for Hong Kong China. I think they'll be happy with that. Tries to go for the sweep again. Signalled wide by umpire John Prakash. Just as we got into the late overs of the innings, we've seen a few extras from Uganda. Unlike them, they've been very, very disciplined up until 38, 39 overs. Ooh, quicker one, almost got through. Ehsan Khan survives, goes back, just chops down in it after 44. It's 198 for 6 for Hong Kong China, and Shuman Roth still batting at number. Still batting on 95 of 117 deliveries. He's got Ehsan Khan for company, and he's just 5 away from a milestone. That'll be so well deserved. You've seen him, we've seen him throughout the All-Stars, really trying very hard to apply himself and get time in the middle. This is so valuable for Hong Kong China. Yasim Murtaza at number 5 looked good. Azaz Khan at number 6 looked very good. We've had Nizakat Khan and Babar Hayat who've got runs in the last 2 games, and today we see Anshuman Rath coming good as well. A little bit loose outside the off stump. Anshuman Rath looking for that big booming drive and through the covers there. The deep cover fielder was a little bit finer, more towards a deep point. He's moved a few steps to his left now. Probably better positioned now, especially with that big booming drive that Anshuman Rath is looking to play. Just has a little poke at that one, probably trying to run it down to third man. I think he'll be better advised just trying to get behind the line, punch him down the ground, buddy. He's making me nervous. Cheeky Chebuta. Trying to run Ehsan Khan out. Down the track, hit out, looking for a couple. Don't think it's there. Now gonna take Nakrani on. Now I'm really loving this from Nakrani. He's having a little bit of fun. Just pointing to Ehsan Khan there. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. Take on my arm. I dare you. That's very good. Be interesting to see when he comes on to bowl. He's still got overs in the bag. We'll see how Hong Kong goes against him. Anshuman Rath, 4 away. Hong Kong, China, 1 away from 200. Hassan Khan on strike to Chavuta. It's well played. Just get across. Hassan Khan gets across to his off stump. Just plays it straight back down. Chavuta into his ninth. He's got one more over after this. Ramjani from the other end. He's got one. They'll have 4 overs to get through from somebody else. This one down the leg side, signaled wide, and they run through for another wide. That's 2 wides. So interesting to see. After the 40th over, there's been a number of wides. After the 40th over, 8 wides after the 40th over. That's a number of wides there. And with that wide, Hong Kong brought up their 200. Anshuman Rath gets across for another single, 202 on board. Hassan Khan on strike for the last delivery. Hassan gets pinged on the body. It's not the first time Chavuta's hit somebody. And that's the end of 45. After 45, Hong Kong, China, 202 for the loss of 6. Psychological barrier that got into 200. And they've crossed that. Starting to see some dance moves coming out of Nakrani at the boundary there. It's probably coming on to ball. It's just giving me a signal. Yes, I am coming on to ball. Last over for Ramjani. Just a little shout out to my boys in UAE who have been messaging me. A team that I managed to do during the Hong Kong Sixes. Still kept in touch with them as Anshuman Rath works away a single. Such brilliant blokes. Have still maintained contact with them. Just got contacted this morning as well, congratulating me on my commentary stints. So thank you very much, boys. I hope you're all going very well in the ILT20. Anshuman Rath, 3 away on strike, and I've got Aaron Bush in commentary. Not sure if that brings the 100 or a wicket. Good luck, my mate.
Oh, no pressure. And thank you. Anshuman back on strike, 98. Basically scored half the runs for Hong Kong China today. It's been a marvellous knock. Been out there for all 45 plus overs. As if he's saying, I'm not sure you can stand this over. He almost fainted on that delivery.
I actually overheard a conversation. Didn't mean to pry on the conversation, but Anshuman Rath there was having a conversation. He was talking about how badly he wants to get into the runs. Could be a 2. Not there. Just a single, 1 away from 100. So I heard that conversation. I've known him for a very long time. I knew him as a very young kid who worked really hard. Went away to India as well for a few years. Did his best there as well. He's come back. be such an important 100 for him if he gets there. I hope he does. So yeah, he's making me very nervous. Ehsan Khan turning it over. This could very well be the moment. He's back on strike. He's got one ball in this over. Karam Johnny, a little full toss on the legs for a single.
Looking straight over his mid-off, he can see the scoreboard with 9-9 for batter number one. He's been in that batter number one spot all morning and now into the afternoon. Can't find it on that one. It's a dot to finish with. 4 runs coming from the 46th. Hong Kong, China, 206 for 6.
Not bad, not bad. Not a bad result. It's fine. Next over.
I think you're more nervous than Anch is. You are pacing around in the broadcast area.
I actually am. It's such a big thing, especially he's looked good. It's never been like he's looked out of sorts or anything, but it just seemed like every time he started to get on with it, he'd just get one really good delivery or just lose his focus or something. Hasn't really been able to get in the runs, and I'm sure as an international cricket, there's a lot of pressure. You've got to do well to keep your position, and they're up in the air. I think mid-off might get across. This one is going to land in no man's land. They take a single. Ehsan Khan there trying to hit Chawuta over mid-off. It's a little bit more bounce for him than he expected. And Anchi back on strike. Still on 99 of 125 deliveries. This has been a massive effort from him. And as you said, Aaron, almost half the runs coming off his bat. That is how important he is to this team. That is how much of an impact he generally has on the game. Chawuta to Anchi, pulled away, and this is going to be 100. It's going to be a massive moment for this young man. Gets back for 2, still getting runs for the team. Put those hands up, Anshuman Rath. You deserve it. Brilliant 100 from Anshuman Rath. Take that helmet off. Take a bow, young man. Bat up. Lovely, lovely 100 from him. This is big for Hong Kong going into the Challenge League. And this is going to be such a good moment for this young man. It looked like as soon as he got that boundary, that first 4 through the covers, he was feeling it, and he has done it. Brilliant wagon wheel. He's batted all around the wicket, Aaron.
101 off 126 deliveries. He's been out there for 205 minutes. 11 fours and a maximum. Fabulous knock from the opener, Anshuman Rath, needed, with the others falling around him. The next best score, 32 from Azaz Khan, but 101, fabulous.
Nakrani still having to go at the broadcast table. It's telling us he got hit on the pads. He got hit on the pads. He was a gunner. Doesn't count. He's on 101 of 127 runs that Uganda will have to chase. Another wide. Another wide from Chawuta. I think Chawuta and Juma have been very disciplined throughout the tournament. Just losing it a little bit here. We've seen plenty of wides after the 40th over. We had 8 earlier. Probably had 2 or 3 more after that as well. So that discipline not really there anymore.
It's been exactly 6 overs since Hong Kong China found the boundary though. So a few extras here and there. They've been tidy otherwise. There's the boundary. There, straight into the side screen for 6. Right on cue. 6 overs of no boundaries. Then bash one for a maximum.
Get to 100, smash it out of the park. Good way to go. Oh.
And then he loses his wicket. He goes for a 6. He gets his century, but that's the end of Anshuman Rath. Out for 107. Bowled by Chewuda. Hong Kong China lose their 7th on 216.
That's Chewuta's 8th for the series, if I'm not wrong. He had 4 in the first, 2 in the second. He's got 2 today as well. And just quietly, I think he's bowled at a decent economy rate as well today. He's gone for 45 in 9.5 overs. But in comes Rana Nasrullah, who in this situation, I don't think is a bad man to come in. And there's the Hong Kong team all up in applause. It's for Anshuman Rath. Well deserved. 100 for Anshuman Rath today. Rana Nasrullah has 19 deliveries that he can stay out there for, and he can do the damage.
That's the first century of the tournament for memory, correct? The next best was, I think, Riyazat Ali Shah's 84 odd as well. So well played to Anshuman Rath, picking up the first century, and that's gone straight up in the air. Should be out, should be back-to-back wickets, taken by Waiswa, and Chewuta is on a hat-trick next over. He's not, he's bowled out, so next time he plays, Chewuta will be on a hat-trick. Hang on. What's going on out here? Is there a fielding infringement?
I think Rana Nasrullah, they thought they had more than 5 out, but they did have 4 inside the circle that they were supposed to have. I think Ahsan Khan just had a little word with Rana Nasrullah and said, the fine leg was up as well, mate.
Well, that over had a lot going on, didn't it? We had a century maker, a maximum, and then back-to-back wickets. Chewuta was going to have to wait until the ICC Challenge League to see if he can finish off his hat-trick. He's bowled out, but he's done the damage. 2 wickets in hand with 3 overs to spare. Hong Kong China could easily be bowled out here. And most of the teams have been bowled out with inside the 50 for the tournament. It's not what they want. They need to bat out the full 50. Atiq Iqbal coming out at number 10.
I'm not sure if I've not seen Ayush Shukla bat a lot. Have you seen Ayush Shukla bat?
He doesn't bat much because he comes in at number 11. He can bat, but obviously if they're pushing Atiq out earlier, he's the designated number 11, Ayush Shukla. Nakrani, sip and run from Ahsan. So Atiq will face his first delivery.
Nakrani is probably going to bowl the 48th and the 50th to finish off his spell. It'll be interesting to see how many bowlers actually got through 10 overs other than Chewuta. Chewuta and Ramjani have got 10. Miyaji probably has 1 more. He's probably going to come and bowl from the other end. He's stretching up a little bit at point as well. Fielders standing right back on the circle other than the extra cover fielder.
Oh, that's
nicely worked.
Look at that. Atiq Iqbal just guides it through gully, keeps it along the ground, takes the 4. Who says he's a number 10? That's good.
That's not the first time I've seen him do that. I've seen him do it plenty of times, and he does it really well.
Well, one of the things, he's a tail ender, so he usually comes over in the death overs where you're going to get the wide Yorkers, and it's part of his game.
Runs it out to point again. He's a different kind of a number 10, and maybe you could tell by the looks of him as well. He doesn't look like a very big, strong boy. He's generally take those singles, run it down to third man, scoop, and all that stuff that he does. He's not more like Rana Nasrullah who'll come down the order and smash it over the boundary fence.
More tip and runs. Last season, before he cemented his spot in the Hong Kong China side, playing for Kowloon Cricket Club, he at one point in the Division 2 on Sunday was leading the run totals. He was getting 70s every week. He got a 61 in the gap between All-Stars and this series, playing, I think, Div 1 for the Templars, where they were short of, was for the Infidels, but he came in at number 6.
He's not somebody who can't bat. It's just that he doesn't really have that strong game where he can hit boundaries at ease. He's more like a tip and run, just dab into gaps kind of a batter.
Less likely to pick the slower ball.
That is where I actually asked you about Ayush Shukla, because I thought maybe he is somebody who can, swing the willow a little bit harder than Atiq Rahman Iqbal. But yeah,
I think he does. Ayush willing to really throw the willow at it, whereas Atiq likes to do things like that. Just chop out the Yorker off middle stump. Take another one.
But I'm sure nobody's minding his 6 off 4 so far, so he's striking at more than 100. He's just good enough.
Yeah, good little over there for Hong Kong China. Che Wuda would be on the hat-trick ball if he's able to bowl another over, but he's not. Yeah. So it's going to be Mia back into the attack.
1 over for him, and he's only got to bowl 1 from that end and will be done for the day if he's not required to bat. Score reading 224 for 8, another 12 deliveries to go. What can they get up to?
I'm just going to have a quick look at the time check. Keep an eye on the umpires after this over. It's going to be very tight on whether there's going to be a fielding restriction or not. The last check I saw was they needed to be done into the last over by 12:34. There might have been an update with wickets falling. Okay, so they've got 3 minutes to bowl this over to avoid the fielding restriction in the final. It should be doable, but pace bowlers obviously take a lot longer than the spinners. That information's available to the captain, Riyazad Ali Shah, as well, and it's displayed on a scoreboard. So 12:37 cut-off, need to be starting that final over.
Launched. It's gonna go. It's gone for 6. Shot Ehsan Khan. Got under that. That was a good delivery, but he moved into the crease. Got under that one.
Picked that one up nicely just off middle and leg. Thank you very much. Ehsan Khan puts it over the top of the Ugandan captain, Riyazad Ali Shah's head. Needed to be about 12 foot tall to catch that one. Juma resets. That's gone straight up in the air and taken. He gets the breakthrough after being hit for 6. It's a scoop shot that didn't really go where it needed to, and Ehsan Khan departs on 11. Hong Kong China lose their 9th on 2:31.
That was Mangala with the catch. Haven't really seen him much in the field today. Probably been hiding around, and he is going to have to get some runs for Uganda today. And looks like I am going to be able to see Ayush Shukla back.
He's got 9 deliveries to survive for Hong Kong China not to be bowled out here. The number 10 and number 11, the strike bowlers, they will be out in action from both ends after the innings break.
They will be in partnership with that new ball if we are not given a surprise somewhere.
Can't see there being a surprise. These two will open the bowling.
Yeah, so
if these two don't open the bowling, I'll quit commentary. I'll go home for the day.
All right, might just get into Yasim's head. Tell him to open with Ehsan Khan today.
You can do the last 50 overs all by yourself with no rest. We shall see. Ayush Shukla on strike. Juma's got 2 now.
I am liking commentary, but I'm not liking it as much to do 50 overs by myself.
And a few overs in between Juma's wickets. He got 1 in the first, and then takes 1 in the 49th. Popped up in the air for a while. We'll get 1.
That was a good delivery, nicely timed down the ground by Ayush Shukla. Another 8 deliveries to go in the innings. What can Hong Kong get up to? 240 plus.
They got 240 last time against Uganda, and it was 1 ball short.
I'd like to play out all the 8 deliveries remaining in this innings. Once again, Atiq Rahman with his favourite dab just runs it down to third man for a single. Last delivery of the 49th coming up, the penultimate over. Looks like it's Suresh Pandey and Zishan Ali, the 2 people I recognise out of those 3 coming in to watch the game today.
Well, that's good. Suresh has come down. He was watching on YouTube earlier today. So now, after maybe getting some breakfast in, heading on down to Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. If you are in Hong Kong, watching on Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube, more than welcome. Public seating on the benches over there with Suresh Pandey and others. That's just got an edge because that was going on to middle stump. Survives. 1 over remains. Hong Kong China 233 for 9. Dinesh Nakrani will get the duties from the Victoria Harbour end, as expected. There's the Hong Kong dugout. Everybody else back in the sheds watching on. Just the 1 wicket available. Also the head coach of Uganda just floating on through, Abhay Sharma. So it will be Nakrani to Atiq Iqbal, who decides he's going to go for a charge.
I'm probably trying to target that big vacant space between long off and deep point. They've actually pushed him more towards point, especially with Atiq running the ball off the face of the bat towards that area.
Dot to start with. Full outside off, punched hard straight down the ground, but only a single. Oh no, they want back to 2, and that's got to be very, very close. It's out. That's the end of the innings for Hong Kong China. They're bowled out inside the final over. All out for 233. So 234 will be the target for Uganda.
It was good. It was good from Hong Kong between overs 25 and 40. They lost.
They did get 1 more run, so 234 in the books. We'll have a look at the batting and bowling card before we take the innings break here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Dominated by 1 name.
Anshuman Rath, the man today with 107 off 129. High out there. Today, not really getting a start. Got out pretty early. 2 big wickets up front. But a good partnership between Anshuman Rath and Nazakat. Then did the same with Yasin Murtaza, who got 31, got a good start. Azaz Khan came in, got 32 of 38. Good innings from him as well down the order. And after that, we didn't really do much of a reading. We'll go into the bowling card. Aaron.
As you can see, 3 for Che Wuda, and he'll be on a hat-trick next time he bowls in the ICC Challenge League. 3 for 45. Juma Miyagi with 2 for 55 and a 2 for Ramjani. Should point out how well they bowled. Uganda went 40 overs without a wide, put a few wides in the books at the end, but in the end, restricting Hong Kong China, all out for 234. They'll need 235 for victory right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Join us in around 25 minutes' time for all the exciting action. Welcome back to Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground, home of cricket in Hong Kong for the Hong Kong Men's One-Day Tri-Series for 2025. It's the final. The innings break almost done. Hong Kong, China bowled out for 234. So Uganda, if they want to hold aloft the trophy for the Tri-Series 2025, they'll need 235 for victory. We're not far away from them coming out to bat. It's just a couple of minutes' time. But before that, we're going to go back and have a quick look at something that happened in the 8th over. There was some discussion. We talked about it when it was live. We weren't sure exactly what happened. We'll pull the clip up now and we'll show you what happened. So you saw on screen Nakrani bowling to Nazakit Khan. He put his finger up and he thought it was caught behind. So they all came in. But what has happened, we're going to show it one more time. It has hit the outside of the off stump. There it is. It has gone past the outside of the edge of the bat. Nazakit Khan said, I did not hit that. And it has clipped the outside of the stump without taking the bails off. Remarkable. Lucky for Nazakit. He got a few more runs after that. He had only just gone to the crease. He was on 0 at the time. In the end, he managed to put on 18 until he was LBW by Alpesh Ramjani. Waiting for the umpires and players to head back out into the middle. Umpires are heading out now, so we're not far away from game time. Hong Kong team heading out as well, looking to defend 234. They fell just one ball short, defending 240 against Uganda in game 1 of the Tri-Series. Today, a little less, 6 less in fact. Couple of changes into the side. Nazrullah Runner, player of the match yesterday with a 4 for. He's in the side as the second string bowler. Ayush Shukla taking place as expected from the Argyle Street end. Shrideep Mangala going out and opening the batting as expected for Uganda. Should be Robinson Boyu, perhaps back in the side. It is Robinson Boya, I should say. It will be Mangala on strike, Robinson at the non-striker's end. I think. Get confirmation on that one. Actually, other way around. It will be Robinson Boyu on strike to Ayush Shukla there on screen. Bubba Hyatt, vice captain now of Hong Kong, China, right of screen. Umpire Tabarak Dar signalling to the scorers. All's good. 2 slips in place for Ayush Shukla. Martin Kutsia at first slip next to Shiv Mathur with the gloves on. Captain Yasser Murtazar in second slip. Thoughts of a play and then duck the bat away for Robinson. Boy, managing 7 in the first game. Didn't play against Bahrain. And against Hong Kong, China, opening the batting with Mangala. 7 until caught behind off the bowling of Atiq Iqbal. Happy to leave that alone at the outside off channel. Evenly poised match. Computer projector, 66% for Uganda. Early wickets for Hong Kong will bring that number down. The nice solid opening partnership between these two can get the finals run chase underway. Perfect warm-up game for these two sides before the ICC Challenge League starting on Thursday. Oh, brilliant ball from Ayush. Looked like it was going to go onto the off stump, shaped away late, stayed low as well. Still plenty of cloud cover for the bowlers. The brand new ball. I see one patch of blue sky, nowhere near the ground. The rest covered in cloud. Hasn't managed to burn off as it sometimes does here at Mission Road. Shukla. He's used to taking wickets in his first over. That's nicely played this time. Closer to the stumps. Nasrullah runner coming in from extra cover. Pretty standard field. 6-3 offside field with a mid-off, I should say. Yeah, mid-on and mid-off. They do have a mid-wicket, closer towards the square leg umpire, or of Azaz Khan for anything flicked onto the leg side. No gully, but backward point of Anshuman Rath. That one is squirted out, backward of point to the century maker himself. Five dots to start with. Left alone, it'll be a maiden to begin with for you, Shukla. 49 overs remaining. Still 235 required for Uganda. Looks like I will keep my job in broadcast for a little bit longer at least, as Atiq Iqbal will bowl the second over. If you recall earlier, I said if Ayush and Atiq don't open the bowling, I'll just walk out of commentary and go home. But I was right, it is Atiq Iqbal from the Victoria Harbour end. Mangala to face his first delivery. Gets one, a nice one for him on the pads, but can't beat Ahsan Khan at a forward square. Mangala with a nice 46 against Bahrain in game 2 up at Hong Kong Cricket Club. And tip and run. First runs off the bat. Very good running between these two. Safely home for a single. Mangala in game 1 didn't really get started. Well, it did, I apologise. It was Robinson that went cheaply. 22 for Mangala in the first game until he was bowled by Azaz Khan, which shows how long he was out there in the middle for that 22. Fighting 22 off 56 deliveries. Robinson Bayou on strike, who fell to a tee kick ball, as I said earlier, for 7. Caught behind. Oh, he plays over the top of that one. It swung back in as well. I'll be picking up on the effects, Mike. Plenty of movement at Tiki. And he did. Played over the top. That one, Robinson. Eases that one onto the leg side for first runs off the bat for Robinson. A diving effort from Andrew Rath, still got plenty of energy. They do take the single. 3 singles coming from the second. Uganda are 3 for the loss of no wicket. They need another 232 from here at 4.83. Shukla, ball in hand, coming off a maiden into his second over from the Argyle Street end. Nicely played by Mangala. Keeps the dots rolling. Fuller, and hit well on the leg side. Racing away through Cal corner, will get picked up just inside the ropes. Interesting change in field. Bubba Hyatt no longer up next to Ayush. It's Nazrullah Runner who had to do the fielding there. Bubba's at a catching extra cover. That's bottom handed, one bounce in the air to Azaz Khan on the leg side. Mangala just practicing what sort of stroke he wanted to play there. Just sort of popped up on him. Didn't carry. Was in the air for a while. Huge appeal from Ayush Shukla. No interest. Tabarak Dar says not out. Confident appeal from Ayush put down. We'll have a look at the replay at the end of the over. Zakat Khan doing some shining work. Calls of catch, just short again of Azaz Khan. Inches away from the fingertips. Second chance, very close. Not carrying to Azaz Khan in that over. 2 runs coming from the third. Uganda are 5 for the loss of no wicket. We're going to pull up that LBW. Well, sadly, that one didn't work. You can go back if you're on YouTube at least and just rewind, have a look yourself. Atiq Iqbal continuing from the Victoria Harbour end. Easy guide down to deep third. Shukla does the fielding. Robinson gets another single. Much like the start for Hong Kong, China. Steady here from Uganda. And unlike Hong Kong, China, they haven't lost a wicket so far. Wise decision. Mangala picking which one that one's going to do, not the one that comes back in, but the one that goes away. Shoulders, arms with the pad out front. He will, I'm sure, be aware Atiq Iqbal can bring that one back in as well to the left-hander. Something co-commentator Asif Hussain was talking about. Difference between the seamers and the swing bowlers. The ability to get it to move around, not only just swing in the air, but movement off the seam. At the moment, Atiq's doing the set-up work where get the ball to move away. You'd expect either this one or the next one is the one that comes back in. It's the one that starts a bit too far on towards the leg stump, so easily navigated by Mangala. Mangala happy to move his feet around in the crease. He's standing fair way forward. Possibly both feet outside the crease. And that one eased to backward point. Just the single coming from the fourth. Uganda, 6 for the loss of no wicket. One would think it'd be pretty vital for Hong Kong, China to get a breakthrough early. Don't want the openers getting on a run. Moment they're taking their time. 6 off 4. All off the bat. No extras for Hong Kong China to start with. He said, much like Uganda, who went 40 overs without a wide. Runs here, just backward of square. Nasrullah runner picks up, keeps to 1. Talk about little battles between bowlers and batters. This one between Ayush Shukla and the man on screen, Shrideep Mangala. It's been a good one so far. Found a couple of runs off Ayush's bowling, but plenty of dots. Another one on the pads, this one, I think, pitching outside. Oh, the direct hit, that was gone. Bubba Hyatt. Throw at the stumps from Bubba Hyatt, which missed the stumps but found Anshuman Rath. Doing the backing up work, he might have copped one on the knee. Saw that yesterday from Abassi, copped one on the knee as well on an overthrow. Or was that? No, that was a shot straight into his knee. That one hurt. He had the ice pack on it after the game yesterday. Still inspecting the knee as we continue on. Full, driven nicely. Won't find any runs. Been talking plenty this tournament about direct hits. Those that are direct hits tend to have not been out for any of the decisions so far. Only run-outs we've had are ones with a relay. That one was going to be out for sure if Bubba had hit. It's getting a bit windy here at Ting Kwong Road. Might be able to pick it up on our cameras, and the effects mic buffering around as well. Might get a little bit cooler out in the middle as well. I'm sure Ange, while that hurts, he'll be fine. I don't think we've gone a game of cricket here in Hong Kong without Anshuman Rath having an injury to one of those legs in the field. That's the one that goes away. Well left alone. It's gone away too far. It's actually been called wide, the first extra in the books. Uganda will gladly take. Yush will need to re-bowl. That one's sprayed across as well, stays just inside the tram lines. Mangala asked the question. That went a long way away, and it did after the past the bat. There's going to be a quick run off the bat to finish off the over. 3 runs coming from the 5th. Uganda, 9 for the loss of no wicket. And jumping back into commentary to join me, Asif Hussain. Good little start battle between both teams in the first 5.
Yes, Aaron. So far, looking from the sidelines, it seems like Uganda are well in control of what they're doing. Just their body language has been good. Maybe not the runs to show for it as of now, but I think it's a similar approach they generally take. They've done similarly, and it just seems like they've shown some intent in their body language. The bowlers obviously have bowled well. Both Ayush Shukla and Atiq Rahman Iqbal. Atiq to continue for his third.
Onto the knee roll, just eases it around the corner down to deep find. Takes one. Well, I had to keep commentating. It was Ayush Shukla and Atiq Iqbal who opened the bowling. The number 10s and number 11s for Hong Kong, China.
No shocks there, so it's good. These two have actually cemented this new ball pairing. Both of them very different to each other as well.
And finds a little gap for a single. Keep them ticking over. Keep the new ball getting bat on ball. Rough it up.
I think Uganda have read the conditions well. I think their approach works for this kind of wicket where you need batters to be set to be able to get quick runs. I don't think we've had many batters striking over 100 through this tournament. I think maybe Asif Ali in one of the games where he just came in as the pinch hitter and swung a few aerial shots. But otherwise, as a batter, you've got to take your time on this wicket. And Mangala has been good at doing that. Every time he's gone out there, he's played probably more than 30 balls almost every time.
Calls a catch. He's not going to face any more today because he's gone. Mangala edges off to Yasir Murtaza at second slip, and Atiq gets the breakthrough. The first wicket falls for Uganda on 11.
That was, again, a very good grab by Yasir Murtaza. He's made a habit of this in the slips. This one also not a very easy catch. Low down. Had to come forward to grab that one. It's a very good catch from Yasir Murtaza again. And Mangala is gone. It's not going to face too many deliveries today. Just the 21 deliveries for him today. Gets out for 6, and I was just about to say Hong Kong will need to find a wicket. It's not a very big total on the board. They'll need to keep chipping away on the wickets if they are to. If they were to defend this total, looks like Anshuman Rath is walking off the field, and we'll have a replacement fielder for him. And he's already out there, Shahid Wasif. Shahid Wasif replacing Anshuman Rath. Fielding at point. Kakuru walks out. He got runs last game, got a 50 to himself. Walks out. And we saw this in the first game as well. Kakuru has a habit of taking a couple of steps out towards the offside before he plays that delivery. Batter channel outside the off stump. 5th stump line, and that ends the 6th over. Uganda 11 for the loss of 1.
If it doesn't generate on the next one, let us know.
Ayush Shukla will continue. Well-deserved reward for Atiq Rahman Iqbal. He's bowled 3 overs. He reads 1 for 6 now. Uganda would love to continue with the template they've had throughout this tournament. They've kept wickets up front. The scoring rate hasn't been that quick from them, But I think that strategy has worked for them. They are the only side to come into the final without a loss to their name. They've won both their games. Yeah, it's going to take them some work to do.
That one has swung so far that it's beaten everybody. There's some big swing on that one.
Ayush Shukla there going for the in-dipper. Misses the legs of the batter. Unfortunately, misses the wicket keeper as well. And as Aaron said, plenty of swing. We've got some spectators out here to watch, which is lovely to see. Some Women League players there as well, playing in the Hong Kong Domestic Women's League. Good to see people coming in on a Sunday.
Is that Anas Khan over there? Could be. He's playing tomorrow for Hong Kong A.
He was here yesterday as well.
He certainly was. I think he's out there on the bleachers as well, watching on. That one didn't swing back in. Big stretch forward from Robinson Aboyo. Nothing on it.
A bit too eager to get bat to ball there. Robinson Aboyo trying to really stretch forward to get to that delivery. Plays just inside the line of that one. That one holding its line. And just as I got up on that side screen, I saw one ball from Ayush Shukla from that angle with my bare eyes. It was lovely to watch. He does get that shape off the hand as well, just a little bit, and then gets it to go off the wicket as well. Beats that good-looking forward defensive shot, not to the ball. Obviously, the ball going through to the wicket keeper.
Well, if you can't go climb a sight screen and watch from behind the bowler's arms, your best spot is after that, either here on Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube or Stick Sports, wherever you are watching around the world. Thank you for joining us.
Ayush Shukla.
I'm scared of heights, so I can't go up there. I have to watch it on YouTube only.
That's an excuse for not having to set up the cameras early morning.
Absolutely. They'd be on ground level if I put them up. That one driven nicely. Too full from Ayush, and Robinson takes full advantage, pushing through long off for 4.
That was a good shot from Uboyu. He was trying to get forward earlier as well, trying to reach the pitch of the delivery. And this time, Ayush Shukla just missing his length by a wee bit, just a little bit too full on his part. And then Uboyu, tall right-hander, gets to the pitch of it, just times it really nicely through the covers for 4. Just to the left of mid-off Azaz Khan. Fielding there at mid-off. Defended back to Ayush Shukla. VIP is there, still having food. It's tasty food. It's lovely from our food sponsors, SS. Last delivery of the 7th coming up. 1 wicket down, Uganda. This one tries to get on top of it, runs it out to the point fielder, brings the over to an end after 7. Uganda 20 for the loss of 1.
Comparison time, Hong Kong China after 7 were 17 for 2. Uganda is getting that little blue line ahead in that over. 5 runs coming from it. All, well, more than that, 5, should be 9 runs off that. My computer's a bit wrong, but yeah. The 5 wides plus the beautiful cover drive, pumping the runs up to 20.
Nothing, and with Hong Kong losing Babar Hayat as their 2nd wicket. It was a massive reason why they couldn't really get up to more than 230. Only got up to 234, as this one is just tickled. Got the legs only. Set the legs and went down to fine leg. Dugouts looking pretty relaxed just after lunch. Still pretty relaxed. We're into the very first half of the second innings. Uganda have lost a wicket, but they've got 20 on the board. They've still got Kakuru, the 50 maker from the last game. Robinson Ubuya with a lovely stroke that last over. So things not looking too bad for Uganda either. At this moment, you wouldn't call one ahead of the other.
Yeah, the Wasp predictors just dropped down a bit. 66% at the beginning of the game. Probably went up before that first wicket fell. Even. Wicket to Hong Kong. Oh, and how is it? Did get it. Inside edge. Yes, gone. Finger goes up. Robinson Abayu gets caught behind by Shiv Mathur off the bowling of Atiq Iqbal again. The second wicket falls for Uganda on 21.
Just saw Abuya having a little look at the umpire, just trying to tell him he might have got the back of his back leg, but the umpire sends him on his way. Very close to that inside edge of the bat. John Prakash judging him caught behind. It's Kenneth Weswa. And just as in the last innings, I mentioned it a few times, the fact that he wasn't super effective as a bowler, but I just realized he's the man who's getting runs for them. So he is quite important to this team as an all-rounder. So, yep, Weswa got a 40-odd in the first game.
43.
43 to be exact. Thanks, Aaron. And he's in there at number 4.
He only got 1 in the game against Bahrain, but that's because they batted him at number 9. So he was 1 not out. The only person not out as the team was bowled out for 275. So he can definitely bat. First game 43. Oh, it was out of the bowling of Yasim Murtaza. He's in a lot earlier today.
Walks down the track, takes a couple of big steps and lets it go through to the wicket keeper. We've seen that plenty from both teams, trying to negate whatever little swing there is, whatever little seam movement there is. And it's been good. It's been good efforts from both these teams trying to get to the pitch of that white, shiny new ball.
What's interesting with Uganda is you can never really know who's coming out to bat next. They've mixed it up all tournament. As you notice, we've yet to see Raghav Dhawan, who batted at 3 against Hong Kong, batted at 4 against Bahrain, and will be batting no higher than 5 against Hong Kong in the final.
Well, let me just say, it probably will be Riyazat Ali Shah who'll walk in next. And they're having a discussion, Tabarak Dar and Weswa. Tabarak Dar maybe just telling him, you cannot walk into the protective zone before the ball is delivered. Still a little bit of an argument. A little bit of a discussion, I would say. Not really an argument. The umpire just telling the batter, and the batter there just gives him a little thumbs up and says, fine, I understand what you're saying. Let's get on with the game. Does the same little walk again, gives the non-striker the thumbs up, yes. And Kakuru with the shiny, beautiful yellow gloves. Still on about the same thing. Still talking to Vasawa. He's not happy. But the umpires are the ones running this game. If they feel like you're trudging on to that protective area, they are going to have a word with you. Vasawa not happy about the umpire telling him not to walk into that zone.
You Shukla continuing into his 5th over.
With the umpire just having a little word with Vasawa. Kakuro himself gives it a little bit of a walk. See whether John Prakash does the same to him. But this was a lot smaller of a step than Vasawa's. I think in that first attempt, Vasawa took a couple of big steps towards that protected area, the umpires as they call it. And Tabarak just walking up to him and giving him a bit of an advice on not to do that, please. Oh, that one
Driven
is nicely
nicely.
driven.
Nicely, all the way for 4. Just a front foot punch. Good way to get off the mark with a 4. 25 for 2.
Kakuro nicely forward there. And you're absolutely right, Aaron. That's one of the best ways to get off the mark. The good old straight drive.
Well, Kakuru's done that and got himself 4. Vasawa, just some advice probably. You never win arguing with an umpire. You can have the discussion, you can talk about it, but in the end, the decision is final.
I think this is one of the things that I think I've seen more and more of in recent times. Whereas probably in the past, I don't really remember, especially when watching on TV. Sometimes some things you miss. Never really saw a lot of umpires talking to batters for taking a couple of steps before the ball is delivered.
Yeah, it always used to be the bowlers getting in trouble.
Yeah. But it seems like the batters are the ones getting in more trouble these days for walking onto the pitch. And I think they'd be the last people trying to damage the protected area because it's just going to make it even harder for them to bat. So, yeah, maybe that's where West was a little confused, saying, mate, I wouldn't do it on purpose. I want to be batting on the flattest of wickets. So I wouldn't harm the wicket. So, but the umpire wins, as always.
More shuffling forward, then shuffling back into the crease for Cyrus.
Also very important, if you are going to shuffle, if you are going to make a movement, you better off do it early than being late. And sometimes it's very hard to get the timing right if you've not practiced it enough. You'd be rather advised to stay put and bat. Somebody like a Babar Hayat, he's not somebody who likes to move around too much. He's more a stand there and deliver kind of batter, and it works for him. They've got a shot catching extra cover.
Moves across, gets it up in the air. He's going to pick up another boundary here. Flicks it away. Takes the 4 to finish off the over. 2 fours coming from the 9th.
Both really good shots that over. Just as they are wearing yellow, a bit of Ambati Raidu in that. A former Chennai Super Kings player in the IPL. I've seen them playing yellow. That just kind of hit me in my head. I've seen him play these shots. A very good player from India. Kakuru there got a 50 yesterday. Is looking good so far. He's had a good start.
And Atiq Iqbal to bowl the 10th, finish off the power play. A little bit of movement back in still. Having a great final. Atiq Iqbal, 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6.
He's been the more dangerous of the two today. We've seen it so often with Atiq and Ayush in tandem. Ayush picks up those wickets. Atiq Rahman, the more economical of the two. But it's been Atiq Rahman Iqbal with the wickets today. Oh,
Too high, but my goodness, and also hit him outside the line. That just cut back at no idea. Kenneth Wise was like, how did that end up where it did?
that properly cut back too high, probably hitting him outside the line as well, but that really did cut back in. Atiq Rahman Iqbal, really good on him. He has been on song today. He hasn't bowled badly in any of the games, but today looked a bit better.
He put the finger up, couldn't find the edge though.
Oh, big thumbs up from Westwood to Atiq Rahman Iqbal.
Yeah, you mentioned that before he put the thumbs up, and I think you mentioned that it was to Kakuru, but it's not. I think he's genuinely giving a thumbs up to the bowler if it's a good ball. It's, again, a Steve Smith kind of thing to do. Or it's like, oh,
Yeah, well
my
done,
goodness,
buddy.
what a ball. Well done. I like it. The thumbs up. We should sometimes. We need to go find out if it's a recognition of the good ball.
I'd love for you to have a stump mic in there one day. Because just thinking back to Stephen Smith and a bit of Marnus Labuschagne as well, he just seen him a couple of times go, oh wow, what a ball. And he's batting. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
He's batting and just talking to the ball and saying, whoa, what a ball, mate.
Hilarious.
And I'm sure Westwood, they're very quick to say, yep, well done. Thumbs out, well done, buddy.
It's a new school of thought in cricket, because previously you'd never give the bowler any encouragement to try to get you out. But this new theory, just let them know that was a good one. I'm going to get you on the bad one.
This is really good. I think Tabarakdar once again walking up to Wesawa.
He gets a thumbs up. Tabarakdar gets a thumbs up as well. Everyone gets a thumbs up.
Smart from Wesawa. He's just gone, oh, okay. He knew he's done it again, and he's just gone, I've lost the last argument that I had with you. I know I'm going to lose. I'm just going to give you the thumbs up and say, man, I'm not going to do it again. So, well done, Wesawa. But now he's got the wicketkeeper for company, which is good from Shiv. But I just think with the amount of bounce and movement Atiq is getting, I don't know, it's a bit of a in-between decision. I'd probably still have Shiv back, because all this movement, I can guarantee this is not the normal way Westwood likes to play. So they've already got him doing something different. Ooh. Once again, wrapped on the pads. What an over. Maiden second for him. Atiq Rahman Iqbal so far bowling a beautiful spell. He's got 2 wickets for 6. And after 10, it's 29 for the loss of 2 for Uganda.
Power play done. That, as always, means I'm done. I'm off to have a break, and Asif Hussain will take you through to the drinks break.
In comes Rana Nasrullah in the pace department. He was the chief destroyer the last time he bowled. Had a fantastic spell. Bowled with control and aggression with his pace. Loved it when he went short to the batters. Not sure how long the batters are going to stay out of the crease when he is bowling. Hong Kong definitely putting a lot of pressure there on the Uganda side. In comes Rana Nasrullah. Starts nicely outside off stump. Then Kakuru gets behind that one nicely. Babar Hayat fielding on the fence now. Not his usual mid-off and slips position. He's good everywhere. Might as well have him on the boundaries. And there might even be a little bit of a plan. They saw Uganda struggled with the shorter length deliveries last game. They might just test them out a little bit here. And if anybody can, Rana Nasrullah can test them on the short ones. Ooh, that must have hurt a little bit. Kudos to all the equipment makers out there. They give the players good enough equipment to stay safe out there. We saw Anshuman Roth get pinged on that bag leg plenty of times, and I'm sure that's not the reason why he's out right now. But he got a good working over. He might require a new inner thigh the next time he comes into bat. It's time for Kakuru to have a few bruises on his inner thigh. Rana Nasrullah comes in again. Plays this one with the bat. He's better off. That's one hard cricket ball. Kookaburras. This is no softball cricket. So when it hits you, it hurts. Hurts much more when it's coming at 130 clicks. Rana Nasrullah getting into his work. Started nicely. Good control for him. One of the things that has been so impressive from him has been his control. Nice there again. Just saw the batter coming out. Pulled back his length. Not a lot of movement to start the spell so far, but he's bowled on a very good channel outside the off stump. Kakuru with a couple of boundaries. That's the 8 runs that he's got. Driven hard as Oz. Can't get down in time. Sounded nice off the bat of Kakuru. He's on to 12. All 3 boundaries to his name. Really nice from Kakuru. I just realized Baba might be out here for that pickup shot that he played in the last over, which went for a 4. He goes for another down the ground for... He's been knocked over! Repose! Take that! He's knocked him over! On the walk. Another wicket for Hong Kong. 3 down now, Uganda. Does practice the straighter drive next time, but Rana Nasrullah found room between bat and pad to get through. He's had the last laugh here. Was in the wickets last time. Was in the wickets yesterday, in fact. He's put the 3rd batsman out of the ground. Looks like the skipper is coming out. Riyazat Ali Shah, so I get my points. Oh, I don't. I've been misled by my team here at the production table. The director told me it was Riyazat Ali Shah indeed, which indeed he isn't. It's Raghav, the brother of Rishi Dhawan, who's played cricket for India, played in the IPL. Raghav Dhawan fielded in the slips for most of the first innings, but I would still blame my director for misleading me. Terrible, terrible. Anshuman Roth is back out there. I can see him clapping and shouting. He got plenty of claps as he walked off with 107 to his name today. So happy for him. Westwa, oh, not from 9. Lot of movement on the crease from Westwa. He's been pinned down that end by Atikur Rahman Iqbal. That wicket. A little bit of credit to Atikur Rahman Iqbal as well for that wicket, applying so much pressure from the other end, allowing Rana Nasrullah to run in and get that wicket. A lot of moving around again. That one, nice bounce through to the wicket keeper. The Hong Kong China boys have a little bit of a spring in their step right now. They've got Uganda 3 down within 12 overs. 2 new batters, both on not. Oh, loud appeal, shake of the head. And if I am the umpire, I think that hit that little towel that's hanging out of Westwa's trousers, somewhere around there, or on the back leg. I think he hit the pad with his bat as well. I think it's a good decision. The umpire is being put under immense pressure here. Lots going on. Atiq again, and once again. This is lovely. What an advert for 50 over cricket and new ball bowling by Atikur Rahman Iqbal. This is a mighty spell here. Into his 6th over. He's picked up a couple of wickets. He's only given away 6 runs. And after making so much effort, the batter still unable to lay bat on ball. Oh, better this time from Westwa. This time went back into his crease a little bit to play that one. Just watched it onto the bat nicely. Now I'm not sure as a batter how wise it is to have a towel hanging out of your trouser on the front side, because that is one more thing that the ball can hit, which can give out a sound to the umpire. So for any youngsters watching, I'd advise you to hang that towel on the back side of the trouser and not on the front side, and that's been signaled wide. Looked very reluctant there, umpire John Prakash. He's probably enjoying that spell from Atikur Rahman Iqbal, but this one just going out of that wide marker. It's good from the ground staff as well. Now we've got the wide markers in blue. You can easily see the white ball passing over or outside that wide marker. Oh, he beats him on the outside edge again. Oh, what great bowling this is. Lovely to watch. This is fantastic stuff from Hong Kong, China. They're on top. Uganda after 12, 34 for the loss of 3. Rana Nasrullah comes in again, 2 slips. Just pitches it a little leg side-ish. Raghav Dhawan just gets inside the line of that one and works it towards the leg side. Babar Hayat at short mid-wicket there. Hong Kong, China have a number of players in short sleeves, which I'm sure might be feeling a little bit cold out there. He's hit the pads, loud appeal, shake of the head. No wicket on that one. Getting me excited here. This is terrific bowling from this unit. Touch and go, I think, on the height. But if it's touch and go, you generally get the umpires going in favor of the batters. If you're not sure, don't give it. Hong Kong, China, after putting on 234 on the back of Anshuman Rad's beautiful 100. They're now applying a lot of pressure with the ball. This one is timed nicely. Will miss the fielder. Run away for 4. Good shot to get off the mark for Raghav Dhawan. 4 to start his account. Nice way to get off the mark for Raghav Dhawan. Ooh, hits the pass this time. Probably drifting down the leg side. Was about to say Rana Nasrullah. He got hit for a boundary the last time. He came back and knocked the poles over. Tried the same this time. Good to see. Good to see the VIP tents filling up. Got a decent turnout for today's final. Some recognizable faces out there. Babar Hayat's dad. Watching from the sides. Ayush Shukla's father there as well. Mr. Shukla. That one bounces up a little bit. Nicely played. And Veswa finally off the mark of 16 deliveries. Not sure how happy he is going to be to have gone down to the other end. If there's not a single, he's going to be facing up to Atiq Rahman Iqbal again next over, who's had him pinned down to the crease on one end. Looks like Ahsan Khan is having a mighty little swim in the air. Just warming up to come on to bowl. Things aren't going to get any easier for Hong Kong. That's nicely timed, but a bit too well timed. Babar Hayat there, that big unit of him, all 6 feet, getting down in time. That's the end of the over after 13. Uganda, 40 for the loss of 3. Atiq Rahman Iqbal to continue to Vesawa, who hasn't yet been able to get anything off Atiq Rahman Iqbal. Once again, just goes back, defends it to short mid-wicket. Martin Kadzia there, who's not had too much to do in this tournament. Hasn't really kicked on with the bat. Doesn't bowl as well, so plenty of work for him to do in the field though. Ahsan Khan and just giving that ball a little rub with his shirt. Nicely bowled, running in for the single. They get through in the end. Good call from the non-striker. That's the second run for Veswa. 2 of 18 for him. He did take his time in the last game as well. Veswa But once he started getting going, he did get boundaries quite regularly. Scored 43 last game. These fast bowlers have done their job, I think. All three that have bowled up front. I think now they are going to turn it over to the spinners to come in and do their bit. And if we have Yasim Murtaza and Ehsan Khan bowling the way they normally do, Hong Kong definitely in with the chance to pull this one off. Atiq Rahman Iqbal into his 7th straight over. They might not give him the full spell here, but I reckon they'll probably give him one and then bring Ehsan Khan in. They're yet to bring in their 4th seamer in Azaz Khan. They might go to Yasim Murtaza or Ehsan Khan before going to Azaz Khan. So far, Atiq Rahman Iqbal has been unreal. He's bowled brilliantly well today. He's into his 7th over. He's got 2 for 8. This is a very good return for him. Inside edge, running down to that fine leg fence. Rana Nasrullah there does the clean up. He picks up the ball. Last delivery coming up. Last delivery of the 14th. We'll probably have drinks soon. And I think after 2 teams, Hong Kong with those 3 wickets will be the happier of the 2 teams going into drinks. Oh, another really good one. Westwa there signaling that one left him. And that's the under 14. After 14, Uganda 42 for the loss of 3. Atiq Rahman Iqbal with 2 for 8 off his 7 overs. Hong Kong at the same time were 47 for the loss of 2 wickets, so ahead in comparison. But in the chase, it's hard to really decide who's ahead and who's behind. I think just that wicket, and after that, that worm starting to go below Hong Kong's worm, which is the way Hong Kong would like it. Raghav Dhawan on strike to Rana Nasrullah, who's already bagged the wicket. He's coming in for his 3rd over. He's got 2 for 9. 2 for 9 for Atiq. Just read the wrong ticket on the screen. Work towards the leg side. Ayush Shukla didn't really pick it in time, but Ehsan Khan moves around to his left really nicely to keep it down to 2. Ayush there just a little bit late to move, but it was definitely Ehsan Khan's ball. Good for Ehsan Khan to get a little bit more warm up. Running to his left, giving it the little sprint. Another one on a good length, hit straight to the fielder. Nizakat Khan at mid-off. Looks like Nizakat Khan and Babar Hayat have decided to swap positions for the day. Normally you'd see Nizakat for most of the time fielding at mid-on and long on. Baba more at mid-off and more the hot zones where he has to do a bit of running and catching, which he is so good at. This one, standing up tall, Raghav Dhawan just working it towards the leg side. No second there. Good hustle there from Ayush Shukla. Keeps it down to 1. And just off that little shot just shows Raghav Dhawan comes from a good cricketing family. His brother having played in the IPL and represented India, Rishi Dhawan. Must have been good company to practice with. Interesting to shot ball up in the air, fielder placed there exactly for that reason. Ayush Shukla is not going to make the mistake of dropping that. That's an easy take. Lovely, lovely delivery from Rana Nasrullah. Ball to a plan and got his wicket. And that would be Drakes at the fall of the 4th wicket. This is really good from Hong Kong. They'll definitely now be the happier of the two sides. They've got Uganda down for 44, 45 for 4, 14.4 overs. And it's time for drinks. Time for a little drink for me as well. I'll catch you on the other side of the drinks. We are back live again. We got the drinks at the fall of that wicket. I have Aaron for company. What a timely wicket.
Another one for Nasrullah Rana. He's on a tear at the moment. That's his 6th in the competition. He's only played 2 games.
Just loving the control. And I think even more than getting a batter out, it feels a lot more satisfying when you've set a trap and it works, especially when the captain's gone to you, mate, and putting that person out. I want you to make sure you set him up for that.
Speaking of the captain, Riyazat Ali Shah out to the middle for Uganda. Straight off the mark.
Really good again from Riyazat Ali Shah. Right away, first delivery, just worked to the leg side for a single. Just learned one of the biggest lessons so far in my commentary stint from Aaron Bush. Ayush Shukla running after it. Just lets it go through the legs. He'd be disappointed with that one. It's gone for 4. And that one should have been picked, I think. And Ayush would be the first person to probably put up his hand and say, I should have got that one. So far, enjoying being your understudy, Aaron. It's been good fun.
You're almost more excitable than me. Nobody in Hong Kong thought that was possible. When I was off having my break, I could hear you halfway around the ground when the wicket would fall. It meant I had to turn around and see what happens if I wasn't paying attention.
I did ask Baba yesterday after the game if he could hear me when he hit a couple of sixes. He said definitely could hear you. There's another one through to the wicket keeper from Atikur Rahman Iqbal. It'll be interesting to see how many dot balls he's bowled today. Atikur Rahman Iqbal. It's only 9 runs scored off him. He's been really good. Still 2 slips in place. Riyazat Ali Shah on strike. Has a bit of a wide stance. Really nice. Dot ball, but loving seeing Riyazat Ali Shah bat. I enjoyed his batting in the first game. Just tried to maybe up the ante in the last game. He batted at number 8 or 9, I think. Just held himself back, gave plenty of opportunity to his teammates.
He fell to the spinner Asif Ali. But he wasn't dismissed against Hong Kong China in game 1. That's crunched hard, but straight to Ayush Shukla. They take 1.
Ayush gets his body behind that one, playing it safe. And just on that last shot before that last delivery, on camera, some of the Hong Kong girls on the boundary there, coming in to enjoy the game. It's good to see. Good to see people coming in to watch cricket. Hong Kong have, in the last 6 months, pulled off some really, really good tournaments. This is one more of them. Forward and left alone by Raghav Dhawan. Looks very composed, Raghav Dhawan, whatever we've seen of him so far.
I'm just trying to go through in my mind what tournaments we've done this season, the 2024-25 season. The Hong Kong Sixers, of course, in November, the big one.
Good luck counting them up because there've been plenty.
There was a women's T20 contest. We did that one live as well. Premier League one-day series. The All-Stars before this one. ICC Challenge League coming up. I do believe there's a T20 men's tournament coming up. Quadrangular, I think, in that one. We'll have 4 teams vying sometime in March.
I think there's a women's tournament coming up as well.
So much cricket. Comes right across the crease. That's brave by Raghav Dhawan. For not much reward in the end, just a single. Came right across in front of middle stump on that one.
And that's the end of Atik's 8 and 16 overs in the innings gone by. Uganda 52 for the loss of 4. Young players. I've seen them around the circle. Don't know their names. I've seen them around playing cricket.
It's like the juniors and the seniors section over on the bleachers at the moment. There's one bleachers full of juniors watching on and enjoying the action, both boys and girls. Sitting on the other one, the Hong Kong A captain Zishan Ali watching on. Hong Kong Sixers player Imran Arif, who's up there as well. Anas Khan, who'll be playing tomorrow for Hong Kong A. So plenty down, and if you want to come down, there's still plenty of time. Leading edge wasn't anywhere where Darwin was aiming, ended up on the offside. Nasrullah runner. Has he got the edge? He thinks he did. No interest from batter. A bit of a late appeal from Shiv as well, going up with Nasrullah. Asif Hussein's just had to drop out of commentary. He is a man of many talents. He's off to repair a camera, which is why we're getting the reverse angle for this Nasrullah runner over. Apologies. But if it hits the stumps or gets an edge, you'll get the best view. This one's played backward of point. More dots. And still a bit proppy. It'll be a combination of all those runs he made in the first innings, plus copying that one on the knee. The Hong Kong side will get a rest after today. They'll get Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday off before they do start the Cricket World Cup Challenge League Group B Round 2 against Singapore right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. It'll be live on ICC.TV. Uganda get one more day's rest. Their first game will be on this Friday the 7th. Up against Bahrain, who they beat at HKCC on Friday. So it'll be a week between those two meeting again. The other game on Friday the 7th, Italy versus Tanzania at Kowloon Cricket Club. So the Ugandans and Bahraini supporters, they might be sick of me by then. I'm calling that game on Friday the 7th. With Mikhail, who's flying in for ICC. Well, three great commentators coming to join me for the ICC Challenge League. Shoaib as well and Robert from Thailand. Great tournament, and it's going to be here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground and Kowloon Cricket Club. The current home and the former home of the Hong Kong Sixers will be hosting this round of the Challenge League from Thursday, February 6, right through to Monday, February 17. 15 games, all broadcast live on ICC TV. And for me, the big game will be the last game I call on Sunday, February 16, right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Hong Kong, China versus Italy. I was excited to see Joe Burns come and play. He played in round one. He's not coming. There are a few other Australians in that Italian side, so that's going to be exciting. Yu Shukla is going to give Atiq Iqbal a bit of a rest from the Victoria Harbour end. Atiq left with 2 overs, so he'll take a break. Yu Shukla 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 so far. Cannot remember the last time I saw a Yu Shukla bowl from the Victoria Harbour end. It's just the Argyle Street end is his end. But Yasim Murtaza has a plan. Something's cooking. Wide's cooking to start with. Some thought given to it. Looked wide on our screens. Slip in place still with Yasim watching on. Anjuman Rath's been pushed out to deep point. Could see a inside the circle at just a slightly backward point. Bubba Hyatt and catching extra cover position. Deep square leg as well. Nobody out through cow corner region, didn't get all of it, so they're going to have to run this one out. I think Raghav Darwin thought off the bat he was going to get 4 from that, but chased down well by Nazakat Khan. Keeps it to 2. A little bit short and loose to start with from Ayush at the Victoria Harbour end. A diving effort off the rebound bounce. Good work by Martin Kutsia at backward point. Likely saved one if it had gone out to the deep. They had Anshuman Rath in protection as well. No long on, no long off. Deep third and fine leg. The other two outside the circle. Miss hit on that one's going to end up at fine leg. He's getting the runs on the board, Raghav Darwin. Wouldn't say he's completely settled yet. Not coming out of the middle as much as he'd prefer. What he is doing is putting together a handy little partnership with his captain. Something that hasn't happened yet so far for the Ugandans. Current partnership of 12. And we talked about it game 1 with Riyazat Ali Shah, the player of the match. How he had a captain's knock that day. And he's going to have to do it again today. He is looking solid. Takes an easy single. And that moves the partnership to 13, which is not big, but for Uganda, it's the biggest of the day so far now. 13 off 19. Partnerships on of 11, 10, 12, 12 and now 13. Happy to leave that one alone outside off end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. Uganda after 18, 58 for 4. Comparison time, Hong Kong, China, 63 for 3. Nasrullah runner to continue from the Argyle Street end. 4 overs, 2 for 18. On the pads. The finger goes up. That's a massive wicket. Nasrullah runner's got 3. And it's the big wicket of Riyazat Ali Shah, the captain, out for 3. Uganda. That is a massive wicket. In the context of the game, Uganda now 58 for 5. Dinesh Nakrani coming out at number 7. Probably last of the recognised batters for Uganda. Batted at number 5 against Bahrain and scored a nice 32, Dinesh. And batting at number 6 in the first game against Hong Kong, China. Fell to Asad Khan, who hasn't even had a chance to have a bowl yet. Yasser Murtaza is just happy with his pace attack. Pretty rare. Hong Kong, China gets into the 19th over and it's only 3 bowlers. Four for 22 yesterday. Nazrullah Rana, 3 for 18 so far today. Nakrani on strike to Nazrullah Rana. It's a quick, fast one. Pushes it out onto the leg side to Azaz Khan. Oh, an inside edge, just dribbles to square leg. He'll get his first runs off the bat at least, get down the non-strikers end. The more set Raghav Darwin can face a fired up Nazrullah Rana. Oh, that's hurt. That's cut back in quickly. And immediately the glove comes off for Raghav Darwin. That was quick, it was fast, and it was painful. Baba Hyatt even coming across to check. Nazakad Khan. You knew that one hurt. Just how quickly the glove came off. It's got him. It's actually got him in the ribs, has it? Yeah. The glove came off so he could feel the ribs. I immediately thought it'd cut into the body, but the way the glove came off, I figured it must have just hit into the wrist bone, but it's not. It's gone into the rib cage. The ice pack's been sent out. No sign from the medics having to run out and inspect. That one's going to hurt though. And that could possibly, we'll have to wait and see and talk later on, but the last thing Uganda want going into the ICC Challenge League week is a cracked rib for Raghav Darwin. Meanwhile, some juniors spending some time in the nets. Watching on the action in between. Ice pack still on. Hopefully it hit flesh rather than bone. That one made everyone wince, including us in broadcast. We are going to have a delay in play. A subdued Uganda dugout while treatment continues. Looks like we've made some progress here. The helmet's going back on for Raghav Dhawan. The ice pack being sent off. That's good news. Okay. If there's one shining light, the time taken for Raghav Dhawan to get set has allowed our camera to be repaired. We now have one over the bowler's arm. We hope Raghav Dhawan is fine. He's certainly going to struggle on with his team at 59 for 5. And he'll also remember that delivery for a while. Well, end of a successful over for Hong Kong, China. 1 run coming from it, 19 done. Uganda 59 for 5. There is Cricket Hong Kong broadcast. One and only Asif Hussain returning from fixing. And is that Shahid Wasif on the field as well? And if Shahid's on, now I have to look around to see who's off. It's not Ange. He's struggling on. Is it Ehsan? Ehsan Khan. So he won't be bowling for a while because he's not on the ground. Perhaps he's been told this is a seamer's wicket, not required. I very much doubt that's the case. But as it stands, Ayush Shukla's going to continue to bowl the 20th over. From the Victoria Harbour end. Round the wicket. Just eased away down to fine leg for a single. So we start doing the sums again. There's unlikely any chance that both Yasir Mirza and Ehsan Khan will bowl out their 10. One might. Yes, Ehsan won't be at the moment. He's still sitting on the sidelines. They're not probably going to bowl from the Argyle Street end, as we saw Ramjani find out the hard way in the first innings. Over the wicket now to Raghav Dhawan, the walking wounded. Oh, walking wounded does not matter if he's copped one in the ribs. He's just punched that beautifully for 4. Nicely timed. My favourite stroke of his today. And it's nicely played, Raghav Dhawan, showing that the big owie he has on the belly is not slowing him down. Half-hearted appeal from Ayush, not much support. Now the pigeons are in. Martin Coetzee is in charge of the pigeons today. There they are on the AstroTurf pitch. No care in the world. Just sitting at point for the left-handed Dinesh Nakrani. Martin Coetzee just backward of point. And lots of empty space on that leg side. Ball is stopped before Bubba gets there. They get 3 for the single. It's putting some good runs on, needed, as Don't want to jinx it for Uganda, but every time I mention their partnerships, the partnership ends. That 13-run partnership between Raghav Dhawan and Ali Shah was the biggest of the day. Very good ball from Ayush going past the outside edge. This one's up to 8. Who is going to stand up? I think it's got to be these two for Uganda. Half the side back in the dugout. Raghav Dhawan, only one of the top 5 still out there. After these two get into the bowlers, Ramjani, Juma Miyaji. It's up to Raghav Dhawan and Dinesh Nakrani to stick around, eat up some overs. 20 done, 30 remain. Uganda 66 for 5. They need another 169 at 5.63 from here. And he's back from fixing cameras and stealing candy off Ahsan Khan. It's Asif Hussain. Welcome back.
Thank you. And just on my way there, I met with Javed Iqbal. He called me the spare tire.
Really? Any reason why?
Because I was doing spare work.
Oh, that's nice. Usually when someone calls you, it says you're a spare tire, it's because you look like a spare tire around your belly. But
that might be coming in a couple of years, but
not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Carrying a spare tire, but you are just you're the fix-it man.
Yeah, but I told him I'm more the lamp of Aladdin. You can rob me, get the genie out.
Okay.
Just get me to do everything you want.
Yeah, it works. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. That was a nice sledge from Javed Iqbal.
Nasrullah runner continuing from the Argyle Street end. Waits on it late. Good shot.
Kurdzia gets behind that one really quickly from point. And just as I was doing the fixing, I had a little bit of a chat with Rana Nasrullah as I was moving around, and just by the look of him, you could tell he's very, very confident. He knows what he's doing, and that is not a look that I've seen too many times. He's so assured, just wants to get the ball into his hands and just wants to ball. And as a fast bowler, when it's working for you, you just don't want the ball to get out of your hand. And as a youngster, he's still a young man, just needs to ball and ball more. He's picked up a massive wicket. Yes, he's 3 to his name, but that wicket of Riyazat Ali Shah, huge. He was the man who downed them in the last game.
I agree. And while others like you have seen him come through,
I just heard. Chance there. Atiq Rahman, tall enough, but just couldn't get up enough. Just missed him by a whisker. Back again, and that was a good boundary. Raghav Dhawan ticking along nicely, and as I was up on the screen fixing the cam, the one that hit him, I could hear the third, and it was hard. He really got hurt. It was like poof, right on that rib cage.
Anshuman Rath is fielding right in front of us, and he just turned around and went, I felt that from here.
And Rana, this time being turned around to square leg, is bowling some wheels. He is bowling quick.
What I was going to say before I had to go run off and put out somewhat of a fire, as someone was trying to put out a fire. Nasrullah Runner, you've known him since he was young, growing up, and a lot of people haven't had a lot of confidence. Sometimes he loses his confidence, but when he came back in yesterday, I was 100% confident that he was the man for the job, and he got his forfeit, and he's doing it again today. He's showing the coaching staff of Hong Kong China that he deserves a spot in the 11. And I say good on him.
Yeah, just to put that into perspective, I've seen him play games where he played as a batter on tour. So just that with his bowling, obviously the management knows how good he can be on his day. So yes, they've still kept a lot of confidence in him. They've kept him around the squads. They've kept him around all training camps and everything. I think it's always said at the management at Cricket Hong Kong, because I'm a part of it, we always tell the players they are their best coaches. They've got to go out there and find a way. Yes, we could come in with advice and say, you could do this, but as it comes to you once you realize it yourself.
I think that's it. One thing I just felt watching Nasrullah over the last few years go from that wayward, wild, fast bowler. Oh, how did that squirt out to where it ended up? Ends up in a dot. To the person where he's almost exactly where he needs to be. Still going to be a bit wild. He's going to have those days where it's just nothing's going to click. It doesn't work right. But these back-to-back games going into ICC Challenge League shows he has a spot in the one-day lineup for Hong Kong China.
For sure. I think it's not an easy thing. I mean, if you haven't done it, you can't really feel it that way. But if you're a medium pacer or a pacer, like myself, it's not easy to control that ball, and to be doing it at that pace, just unbelievable. And I think the control that he's got now, I hope it stays with him for as long as he plays, because it's just unbelievable to watch. And just as Anshuman was around his 100, you were mentioning my excitement. It's just, I've known these guys for a very long time, and I know there's a lot that is unseen by people, which is being done behind the scenes. And there's a lot of work and a lot of different hurdles that these cricketers get past to be out here on the field. So, for me, it's like means a lot to me as a avid fan of the game. Somebody born in Hong Kong, learned all my cricket here in Hong Kong. It just seems like I've known these guys personally for too long. So, yep, brilliant from Anshuman Rath today. It's great. He got 100. Felt like I got that 100. It was fantastic. And it's equally heartening to see Rana Nasrullah bowling as well as he is bowling, because he is still a young man. You'd still talk to him and you can feel that youngster's exuberance still, sometimes. But he's starting to mature, and these are really, really good signs for Hong Kong China.
And that's just strayed leg side from Ayush. Clipped the thigh pad, gone through for 4-leg buys. Good runs, valuable runs. This is the biggest partnership of the day for Uganda. No surprise. Moves up to, I think, 18 now, by my count. 19.
It's coming in good time as well. Nakrani had a few things to say when he was in the field.
He certainly did.
I'm sure he is coping a little bit, because when I was there, I heard Nizakat go to Rana Nasrullah. He's scared of the short one. Test him. So he's probably playing some mind games there. But to me, I think he's looked like a good all-round cricketer, Nakrani. And they've still got Ramjani to come, who got runs the last time they played. And I think on the Ugandan side, I think they've been very progressive in their thinking, and the way they've made changes and given opportunities to different people at different times. It's been really good from them. No matter what the result of this game is, I think they've learnt a lot. It'll be good for them going into that Challenge League. Atiq Rahman picks up from fine leg, will end the over after 22. Uganda 78 for the loss of 5. Yet to see Hassan Khan or Yasim Murtaza.
But as you can see on screen, he is back on the field at least, and that's a start. He was off for a while. We are going to see a change from the Argyle Street end. Looks like Azaz Khan is coming into the attack, takes off the sweater.
And I like this. I like this from Yasim Murtaza. The last one, a maiden from Ayush Shukla.
A maiden with 5 runs going on the score. But it's again, we're in the 22nd. This is going to be the 23rd over. 2 of the premier spinners in all of associate cricket yet to have a bowl. All
and
pace.
Dare I say, they're probably not going to bowl their cut out today.
Well, they both can't now.
Yeah.
That's come and gone.
Yeah.
Hassan being back on makes me think he might be bowling shortly from the from the Victoria Harbour end. Azaz has got 10 if he can keep that front foot behind the line.
Yeah, but I think Yasim's defence, I think
he's right. I think
the medium paces have been on point.
They've done the job.
They've been so good. Oh, yes, exactly why. Exactly why he is on. And he will bowl those deliveries, Azaz Khan. And I think Azaz Khan has corrected, dare I say, so soon into his spell. He's corrected his no-ball problem. Or maybe not. He's still having a little bit of trouble with his run-up. But that's good. It's just pulled out in time. Anshi there, just putting his hands together, praying. No oversteppings, please. Because we've seen it so many times. Azaz does bowl those wicket-taking deliveries. Oops. That just didn't arrive. It was way too early into the shot, Nakrani. So, Azaz Khan, first game, 6 no balls. Second game, 6 wide balls. He's just coming up with different problems every game. I hope it's not happening today. He's flummoxed the batsman for the first 2 deliveries. Let's see how this spell continues. Looks like the wide ball problem still exists. There has always been enough encouragement, and that's not very encouraging. Tabarak Dar just going up to that front line, just putting his foot there, just trying to mimic where that last one landed. So he could be trudging close to that one. Another one really full. He's bowled 2 lengths so far, either short or 2 full. One delivery that was on a good length, just drifted down the leg side to the left-hander. Having spoken to Nakrani on the boundary, if I was in there, I'd probably be sledging him because I'm pretty sure he is going to reply back. So could probably get into his head. It's another good delivery. Bowling to his field there, Azaz Khan. The win predictor for Uganda says 12% chance of a win for the Uganda side. And this is an important partnership, and we all know, we've seen it on occasions in this tournament. Uganda do bat quite deep. They had some of their lower middle order batting up the order in the second game, driven hard but out to the sweeper cover. Anshuman Rath fielding there. This has been a very good over from Azaz Khan. Apart from that, a little wide down the leg side. It's a good start from him. He conceded 22 in the last game of his 4 overs, 6 of them being wide. So far, 2 of his bowling one being wide. Right-hander on strike now. Probably more suited to Azaz Khan. Get the ball to swing away from him. Another one on a good length, just worked out to cover by Raghav Dhawan and bring the over to an end after 23. Hong Kong, China have got Uganda in a bit of trouble at 81 for 5. Looks like we've got a wish. Hassan Khan is coming into the crowd, coming into the attack. He's got some fans in the crowd. If we had the side on camera on Hassan Khan in the background, we'll be able to see a couple of kids sitting there who I met recently. They are students of Hassan Khan. They're here to watch their coach take some wickets. And wickets! Oh! How did that miss? Missed everything. 4 byes. Runs to Uganda total. They won't mind it. They'd like it anyway they come. Four byes to start with for Hassan Khan. Good delivery, a little bit of spin. And Raghav Dhawan has looked good for Uganda. Looks like a very organized batsman. Does use his feet nicely. Goes back this time, just punches it down the ground for a single. The Pigeons have invaded the Tin Kong Road Recreation Ground. Just about the usual time they drop in. Yasim Murtaza moving his troops around. Looks like he's coming into the slips. Good attacking field sets from Yasim Murtaza, with the ball going away from Nakrani. Goes hard, goes long, and long enough. I think that's gone for 6. In his zone, Nakrani takes a liking to the off spinner, deposits him for 6. Cleared the boundary comfortably there. This one again hit hard, fielded there. Intercepts. Babar Hayat at extra cover. Hassan Khan coming round the stumps to the left-hander. Deep square, long on long off, and a deep cover in place for Hassan Khan. The 4-man they're allowed to have out. That dot ball ends the over after 24. Uganda 92 for the loss of 5. Shahid Wasif comes in for Anshuman Rath. A well-deserved rest for Anshuman Rath. Shahid Wasif will be fielding deep at square leg. As Azaz Khan comes in for his second over. Played around the offside. No runs there. Martin Kudzia moving nicely from point. It's a good start from Hezaz Khan. Good to see some families coming in to watch cricket. Today has been good. The numbers coming in have been good today. And I'm sure in Uganda there are people watching, still hoping for a Uganda win. Anything is possible in the game. 5 wickets still intact. Just about half the innings remaining in this chase for Uganda. Hit hard work for Shahid Wasif. Gets down on his knee. The long barrier coming out. 1 run to Nakrani. Hit that one nicely. This partnership starting to take a nice shape here. He's been put down by Shiv Mathur. Another one bites the dust of Shiv's gloves. The young man keeping in an international for the first time this series. He's been made to work really hard. He'd go back and watch it and he'd think he should have taken that one. It goes down. It's good from Azaz Khan. He'd done the job for his skipper. Unfortunately, and that one goes down as well. The seniors in this team will have to rally around the young man. He's only 17. He's not been a permanent keeper for a long time. He's only recently started wicket keeping and he's done a marvelous job behind the stumps so far. Last delivery of the 25th. Worked away to the leg side again, looking for 2. Taking a chance on the arm. A better throw might have had him. Just a little bit of a wayward throw. There again, the fielder not making it too easy for Shiv Mathur. Almost zoning in a Yorker for a throw. Shiv did well to get down. I think would have been much closer had the throw been over the top of the stumps. And there again, some good numbers that have turned in. Some little kids who are going to become future Hong Kong cricketers. Whether they play for the Hong Kong women's or the men's teams. Good turnout today for this final. Hoping we are going to have a similar or better turnout in the ICC Challenge League event. As this one is just hit straight down the ground. Ayush Shukla fielding there. Ehsan Khan bowling his second. Don't normally see Ehsan Khan going without a wicket for too long. He's only into his second. Might as well be this over. He picks up a wicket. He's going to be bowling to Nakrani, who put him out the park for a 6 in that last over. Ehsan Khan will be looking for revenge here. And I'm sure there's going to be a good celebration if he gets him out this over. It's a good delivery on off. Nakrani there, just staying patient, getting forward to defend that. Not a very friendly wave from Ehsan Khan, yeah, there you go, there you go. Go out to the boundary. From Ehsan Khan to Rana Nasrullah. A bit of turn, a bit of bounce. Just asking back. I think that just got a bit of dip and then spin and bounce. Shiv Mathur there, getting a real working over as a wicket keeper. Welcome to international cricket, young man. And I'm sure from here, the only way is up for this youngster. Seen him do some amazing things, and he's going to serve Hong Kong for a long time to come. Another one on the pads, easily worked away. Early caller for 2, but Anshuman Roth quick to the ball. 1 ball remaining in the 26th over. Oh, that's a very good stop from Shiv Mathur. Would have been certain 4 wides, ends up being 1 wide. That's really good from Shiv Mathur. And that is 100 for Uganda. Comes off a wide, loud appeal. Ehsan there. His usual backtrack and appeal. But nothing coming from umpire John Prakash. 26 overs gone. 100 for the loss of 5. As asked to continue, he created that chance last over. Love the appeals from Ehsan Khan. He's got his own way. Looks back at the umpire, has one arm raised and then back paddles very quickly. Hit hard. Fielder can't get hand to it. Maybe he's got a little bit of hand to it, but that's gone all the way for a boundary off the bat of Nakrani. Another 4 to Nakrani's account. I think Nazakat did get some part of his body to that delivery. Good effort from him at mid-on to the left-hander. They're going to put the long on back, bring a fine leg into the circle. A much better line outside the off stump. This tournament, there have been many plays and misses from all the teams that have played. The wickets have played really nicely. We've got runs from the batters. We've got bags full of wickets for bowlers as well, and it's been amazing. There have been games where spinners have picked up a big bag. We've had fast bowlers picking up big bags as well. This one again, Nakrani going really hard at that one. This one, a bit of a cross-batted swipe. Laid no bat to ball there. Nakrani 20 off 30, playing a little bit of a cameo here. Raghav Dhawan has been a bit more of the assured partner, but Nakrani's contribution is quite nice in the context of this. Could be a run out. Oh, would have been gone, I think, had that hit. He was in, but by a very slight margin. Atikur Rahman, Iqbal at mid-off there. So far, Azaz has been good. He's gone for 13 off his 2.4 overs, created a chance. This one is down the leg side, tickled away by the batsman. Boundary in the books. Fine leg up in the circle, certain boundary. Skipper won't be too happy with the line of that last delivery. He's got the third man back, fine leg up. It's got to be on the off stump. More like so. Rana Nasrullah running in hard. They're looking for two. That's really good hustle from Rana Nasrullah on the boundary there. Call was for two. And that single ends the 27th over. Uganda 110 for the loss of 5. Looks like the skipper's decided it's enough. I'm going to come in myself. Comes in from the Victoria Harbour end, as Aaron calls it. I know it more as the softball court end. But either one works. Yasim Murtaza into the attack for the first time. Good that he got back to that one, otherwise would have been dead straight in front of the stumps. And like so many times, that one didn't really get up that much. And Yasim Murtaza, it's one of those, I don't know how he intentionally does it, but does it so often where he pitches it within the stumps and the ball just doesn't bounce, skids through and hits the pads. And gets people out so often with that delivery. Akrani on strike now. Just punched off the back foot for a single. 2 singles to start that over. Comes in again. Good length, but really good stride there from Raghav Dhawan. Got well forward, smothered whatever spin there was. Not that we've seen too much. And did see a bit of bite from Ehsan Khan in that last over. Would be interesting to see if Yasim Murtaza can extract that from the wicket. This one a bit too full again. Nicely played. Nicely bowled as well. Just varying his pace a little bit, Yasim Murtaza. A wily customer with the ball. And there again, absolutely beautiful. It's just one of those spinners. Even if he got hit for a boundary, you'd rarely see him come in and try and go for that quick shooter or something. He'll still drop pace. Maybe pull his length back or go a little bit fuller or whatever, but rarely see him. Oh, he's got him, I think, and that's a not and gone. That is why he's into the attack. That's why he's the Hong Kong skipper. Does the job, gets the wicket. Big one off Raghav Dhawan. He's on the walk now. He's calling his troops in. Yasim Murtaza wants to have a word. And right after that wicket, Yasim Murtaza just hand gestured to his team. Come on, boys, let's get in here. We got to tighten up. Not that the game was running away too much, but this was a partnership that was starting to worry Hong Kong a little bit. So he brings himself on, and rightly so. He's got the wicket that was so needed for Hong Kong. That partnership of 54 was starting to take some match-winning shape, but not to be as long as Yasim Murtaza is there. The skipper stands up tall, ends the over with a wicket. Successful one for him and Hong Kong. Uganda 112 for the loss of 6 in walks, and Ramjani, who got runs last game, was bumped up the order. And looks like with the left-hander on strike, Ahsan Khan is gonna come from the shorter end. But I don't mind that at all. With 2 left-handers in, I think Ramjani bowls a left-arm spin, and I reckon he bats left hand as well. And if there are 2 left-handers, just works really nicely for Hong Kong. Can get 2 of their premier spinners to work in tandem. They obviously have the likes of Nizakat Khan and Anshuman Rath if needed. Anshuman Rath on the boundary there just gives me the hand signals. No, 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 not today at least. He's normally a more keen bowler than that. That is worked towards the fine leg region. I think I used Shukla there, just putting in the little slide. This is good. This is really good from Hong Kong. They put in a very good performance in this all-important final. They had got beaten in a game that they must have thought they were winning until the last 4 overs. Must have played on their minds, but they've come in. Still 4 wickets to go, but they are well ahead in this game. Only a blinder of an innings can win it from here for Uganda. This one worked towards the leg side. Ramjani off the mark right away. Earns a little bit of a clap from his dugout, and rightly so. Ramjani looked good last game as well. They've still got Juma Miyaji to come. It's nicely behind that. Ahsan Khan will not be happy. He is not happy. Just having a word with Nakrani. A little bit of heat out there. Ahsan Khan really not happy about that. Tabarak there, signaling, just relax, calm down, calm down. But I like this. I like a bit of needle out there. Nakrani on that boundary when he was fielding had stuff to say. It'll be good to watch now. Required rate now up to 5.62. Ramjani on strike, Nakrani at the non-strikers. Good delivery again, quicker, flatter. Bowls a good over. Ahsan Khan can do it from the shorter end or the longer end. This left-hand combination working really nicely for Hong Kong after 29 overs. Uganda 115 for 6. The wagon wheel so far. A number of boundaries in the V. They've done well playing in the V. Not much square of the wicket. A couple behind square, but nothing in that cover region. Hong Kong bowlers have been very good. Uganda will need somebody to play a very big innings from here. Yasim Murtaza again, second over. Not sure what he wanted to do with that one. Probably wanted to sweep. Found out it's not there. It's going on with the angle and then just put his bat in front of that. I think right now the long on and mid wicket are right in the hot zone there. Nukrani looking towards the leg side. Looks like Baba stops it with his foot. Just can't be bothered getting down from 6-2. I'm just joking. He gets down fine. He's one of the best fielders in the Hong Kong side. He's in there for a reason. And that is such an important position in one-day cricket. The short mid-wicket fielder. You've got to be able to cut angles on both your sides, the stronger and the weaker side. And he does it really well. And there we see an example of that. Very quickly across to the ball. He anticipates a delivery coming to him very well as well. Got a fielder behind the square as well. This one goes to Ehsan Khan. Puts in the dive. The young man stops it. Getting younger by the day, Ehsan Khan. That smile of Ehsan Khan getting wider and wider as he ages. So lovely to see, and it looks like we have drinks coming on at the end of the 30th. And the batting from Uganda hasn't really been up to the mark yet, but they've still got 4 wickets to play with. What have they got in store for us? Catch us on the other side of this drinks break. We'll catch you back in about 2 minutes. And the players are out. Ahsan Khan with the first ball after drinks. Apologies, had a little bit of a longer drink than I should have, but I'm back. We're for the first ball. And we'll soon have my man Aaron Bush for company as well. One slip in place for Ramjani. Nakrani on strike. Loud appeal, running away, no! Tabarak just shakes his head. Ahsan Khan was so sure, Shiv Mathur was so sure. Tabarak Dar says no. Another one punched out to cover that last one. A massive appeal from Ahsan Khan, almost running the full length of the wicket back paddling. He's quite a good back paddler, Ahsan Khan. I love his Celebra appeal. He celebrates as he appeals. Another one defended off the front foot. And this is good pressure bowling from Hong Kong, China. "31 overs gone. 118 for 6 for Uganda." Another 4 wickets for Hong Kong, China to lift that trophy. Another 117 runs for Uganda to lift the trophy if they want to. It's gone straight down the ground. Ayush Shukla getting under it and he pouches it. Yasim Murtaza takes that second wicket. Ramjani's not going to get too many runs today. He's on his way back. He is being sent back by Yasim Murtaza. 2 wickets in 2 overs for him. That's the second catch for Ayush Shukla today. Another one very confidently taken. Scott under it, waited for it, pouched it safely. Looks like it's Juma Miyaji going into bat without a cap or a helmet. There's no sun out there, doesn't really need a cap. He's going in without a helmet there with the spinners on. Juma Miyaji now joining company of Nakrani. Nakrani has been good, but Yasim Murtaza has been brilliant. He's come in after a 50-run partnership, broke that partnership, picked up another one. He's got 2 to his name now. 2 for 4, the reading for him so far. And looks like Aaron Bush has just jumped back into the comms. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Asif. I'm not sure how long I'll be here. The way, if wickets continue to fall, well, we'll be doing a big post-game presentation, which I'm getting ready for. We're going to present runners-up medals. We're going to do trophies. We're going to do appreciation medals. We're going to do a whole lot of stuff. Player of the match as well, player of the final. So lots of presentations to come, which I'm getting prepared for, but I don't want to miss all the action.
And just as you come back, let me just put you on the spot a little bit. Would you be going back to Rana Nasrullah from the other end? He's picked up 3. He's looked very dangerous. This is now the lower order of Uganda.
Okay, 2 things on that. I know that you and I were discussing during drinks who we thought. I don't believe there's a player of the tournament award, so you and I were just musing ourselves, and I know that you've got Nasrullah penciled in, so you want more wickets to make sure that's true. At the moment, I would stay with what's working, which is Ehsan and Yasim. 4 buys in the books. But at the moment, Yasim and Ehsan are just tying this game up and finishing it off. For mine, the man that just got out before I came back on, Alpesh Ramjani, would be a real red-hot chance to be player of the tournament if we were to do one. 8 wickets, he scored a half-century, and even if Uganda don't get the win today, he's been marvellous. It's just been a treat to watch that left arm. But as you say, Nasrullah's only played 2 games and he's got 7 wickets.
Absolutely, and I think the impact of his wickets has been massive. He's come in, has the first, second change. He's come on, not just kept the same pressure, but he's applied even more pressure with picking up wickets. And he's been very economical as well. That's the end of the 32nd. After 32, Uganda 123 for the loss of 7. Only 3 more wickets in the bag for them. And that worm's starting to take a little bit of a dip.
Yeah, they're on track, but it's the lack of wickets in hand that is an issue for Uganda. Like I said, we have no say in player of the match or player of the tournament, such things. But if you are watching on, say, Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube, where the comments are open, feel free to drop in and tell us who you think should be player of the tournament. It's been 4 fantastic games of cricket, 3 round robin games, and now the final.
I think it's a good thing. It's not up to the 2 of us.
That'd be a terrible idea. I'd be giving it to batters. You'd be giving it to bowlers every time.
Absolutely. This one aerial, but safe. Straight to Nizakat Khan at the long on fence. I think Nizakat Khan got starts almost every game he batted this year, and his contribution in the field, just as an ex-former skipper, have heard him, I've seen him. He's been in the ears of the bowlers. He's contributed in that sense quite a bit through this tournament. His first as a player only, after quite a long time at the helm. A couple there out to deep cover, and Chuman Rath putting in the slide there.
Now Nazakat doesn't have the stress of the captaincy. He's focusing on his batting, and he can bowl as well. He's a great bowler to bring on if certain bowlers aren't working. There's another one in the arsenal for Hong Kong China, and you can see it already. He's getting the runs. Not the runs today that he wanted, but he's got an 84, and he got a unbeaten knock in game 2.
41, I think he got last game. So he's been very good with the bat, Nizakat Khan. And I just like the energy. I think just starting from that All-Stars series, I watched Nizakat from the sidelines. He just looked like he was enjoying. Oh, appeal there for pad first, but given bat first by umpire Tabarak Dar. It's been a tough job for Tabarak Dar and John Prakash today. After 33 overs, Uganda 126 for the loss of 7. 17 overs remaining in the innings.
109 to get, still completely doable. They bat to number 11, Uganda. 6.41 required, you can see on screen from here. But the runs have dried up with these two going in tandem from both ends. Yasim continues. He's going to give an extra to Uganda.
Drifts down the leg side. Good take there by Shiv Mathur, moving to his left very nicely there. He's had a tough day at the office today.
He has. It'll be a learning curve. He won't have the gloves for ICC Challenge League, so he gets a rest after today. But a brave call from Yasim to use Hassan from the Argyle Street end. I have mentioned previously on comms, and actually having a chat to Anch in the deep, he's the only bowler I would allow to bowl from the Argyle Street end, and he's done a fabulous job as always.
I think with Hassan Khan, you'd give him any end. If he is feeling right, he'll just go out there and bowl, and he'll be able to get it right. Oh, this one, just a bit of bounce and turn. Juma Miyaji there, just trying to run it down, just following the ball a little bit. Oh, I think just hit the back leg. Juma Miyaji, he's a tall man, might just have been bouncing over those bails. It's very rare these days to see a batter batting without a helmet, let alone batting without a cap, bareheaded. I'm just going to head out for a little bit before you run away for your presentation preparations. Just going to take a little breather.
Thank you to Asif Hussain, who'll be back for the end of the game. He'll be calling the final wicket or the winning runs either way, as I will be getting ready for the big post-game presentations, as we like to do here at Hong Kong. Stand-up punch from Dinesh, with him scoring the runs, 27, now 28 off 50. I'll be happy to have Juma Miyaji back on strike. Gets a full one that squirts backwards. Gets a run, so he gets down the non-striker's end safely. Decides to take on the arm. That was safely through. Calls of catch just over the top of Bubba Hyatt's head. Living dangerously. Still finding the singles, as I said, just 6.78 required and over, and find the singles and an occasional boundary, keep them in the game. Take it deep, anything can happen. Cannot write off this Uganda side. Well, the top and middle order haven't fired. Any one of theirs can, like that. Hit out of the ground. Juma Miyaji goes big at the end of the over and keeps Uganda in this game with a maximum. That ball has left Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Bring in a new ball because that one has been donated to the neighbours. And Juma Miyagi, the youngster, remembering that the slow bowlers from the Argyle Street end are at times in danger of being dispatched. Yasin Mirza to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Oh, right across. How did that miss everything? But it's going to pick up 4 more. The runs continue for Uganda. Sometimes they come out of the middle. Sometimes they float over the top of middle and leg and go down for 4. Those buys as it floated down past everyone. Dinesh moving a long way across and blindsiding the keeper, Shiv Matha. Will he try something similar again? Big appeal as Dinesh goes down. And he's not going to die wondering either. That's 2 big wind-ups. At some point he's either going to connect or Yasim's going to get one to go through the gate. Which will it be? Calls of catch it. It's up in the air, getting underneath it. Anshuman Rath goes down. It goes into the legs. Put down in the deep. It's going to be through for a single. Unlucky. Was out there. Perhaps a little bit underneath it in the end. Not sure where the boundary was. The chance has gone up. Dinesh survives. As I said, something was going to break. Yasim unlucky not to get a third. Now Juma coming off the back of that massive 6. He lets one float past the outside edge. I say let's doing some heavy lifting there. Don't think he was quite sure where it was. Then practices the old shouldered arms, which is probably wiser. That one needed bat on ball and well played. And it's hit straight back to Yasim. He takes a great catch. That was hit hard. That's the end of Juma Miyagi. Yasim gets his 3rd and Uganda lose their 8th on 143. Tried to pop it back. Bit of power over the top of Yasim's head, but fails to do that. Hits it straight into his very safe pair of hands. Yasim with 3 for 7. The captain at the end of his 5th gets another wicket. And now very troubling times for Uganda. 2 wickets in hand. Just 2 more for Hong Kong China to exact revenge over Uganda after going down in that final ball thriller in game 1. It's been a great warm-up for both sides, including, well, all 3, in fact, for Bahrain, who will be in action again tomorrow against Hong Kong A. Just getting the warm-up done. Taking nothing away from the Hong Kong Tri-Series one-day format. Being victors, of course, means a lot to both sides. But coming up, that ICC Challenge League Group B, round 2, very important. Uganda on top of the ladder. Undefeated, 4-1 in round 1 at home. They're coming to Hong Kong now, who are in 3rd place behind Italy. Bahrain close behind in 4th. The 6 teams, all important, trying to regain one-day status. Something Hong Kong China had for a long time. Now looking to get it back. Asad Khan continuing from the Argyle Street end. At least he doesn't have to worry about Juma Miyagi belting him for 6. He's departed. Jay Wooda comes to the crease. At the non-strikers end, Dinesh Nankrani on strike. Very nice 31 so far, make it 32. problem today for Uganda is now Krani's 32 is just the second top score now. And if it wasn't for a quite horrible amount of extras in the books for the Hong Kong bowling, they'd be in a lot worse shape. 31 extras so far. Nazrullah onto it quickly. He wants a shy. Fortunately, Hassan got around. It was a big hard throw. Yeah, that extras. No balls today, which is good. That's a tick for Hong Kong China. 12 buys, 8 leg buys, 11 wides. Something they will need to work on going forward into the ICC Challenge League. But apart from that, it's been a very good bowling unit today. Everyone has turned up. Not everyone in the wickets column, but even if they're not, they got the job done from the other end. The supporting role, getting the dots, finding just past outside edges, putting the pressure on. Another quick over done and dusted by Ahsan Khan. 7 overs, none for 30 so far for him. Uncharacteristic, but he is bowling from the Argyle Street end. His job is to put pressure on. You ask him to take wickets from the Victoria Harbour end. The kid's still enjoying. Khan. We talk about ICC Challenge League coming up. The man in the backpack just there is the head groundsman of Kowloon Cricket Club, who will be preparing a beautiful ground when the first game at KCC starts this Friday, February 7. That will be Italy versus Tanzania. Game 1, of course, will be here on Thursday. Hong Kong, China versus Singapore. And Uganda will be back on Friday, right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground, up against Bahrain. Yasir Mirza. Chewuda, who swings hard, goes high in the air, carrying back, nobody in the deep. So Atiq Iqbal has to race backwards. Another one skied up in the air. The miscue hit, we've seen a few of that in this tournament. The high quality spinners, especially the left armers. The attack mishit, skied high. This time falling safely. Now Krani back on strike on 32. He just chops that for 4 as well. That's beautifully played. Hit it fine enough to take Martin Coetzee out of action in a whitish gully. Krani moves to 36, goes back in his crease, moves to 37, now has equal top score for Uganda, joining Raghav Darwin on that score. And 2 wickets to go. It's time for me to go get ready for the post-game presentations. Asif Hussain back into commentary to take you through to the end of this fantastic final.
Thank you, Aaron. That I will, as that beats the bat outside off stump. Chewuta, who's been required more with the ball than the bat so far in the tournament. I never say never. 84 to win. Gets forward. Defends it out to the offside to end the over after 38 overs. And a 3 for Yasir Murtaza. Uganda are 151 for loss of 8. Wickets falling regularly for Uganda, a little bit more regularly than the Hong Kong side, and it hasn't really worked for them. Looks like Rana Nasrullah is coming back into the attack. He's got a 3 for to his name himself. He, for me, has been the pick of the bowlers. From Yasir Murtaza and Ahsan Khan, we've come to expect the kind of spells we've seen. But I think this could very well be the coming of age for Rana Nasrullah. I wish him nothing but the best. It's been a good sight to watch. Would have loved it if we had a speed gun out. At times he was definitely hitting those late 130s. Looks like Shahid Wasif is back on the park. Anshuman Roth deciding to go out for a little break. He had a little injury in the field earlier. I think he's still rubbing that leg. Just off screen there. Rana Nasrullah. Oh, outside edge, lovely fielding. That's a brilliant stop by Ehsan Khan. And I wasn't wrong when I said Ehsan Khan is getting younger. Gets across really nicely, got a bad bounce, but recovered really nicely there. Kept his eyes on the ball. Really a fantastic stop on the boundary there from Ehsan Khan. Just another couple of wickets left in this batting lineup for Uganda. They do bat deep. Still have Nakrani on the crease. Shorter in length. Chawuta looking for that little uppercut down to third man, and that signals to Yasim Murtaza he needs to put a slip in, and he is walked there himself. We have become accustomed to seeing Rana Nasrullah beating the bat a number of times. Shahid Wasif on the boundary there. Just giving us the signal. There could be a short ball coming. Let's see. Ooh. Lucky to have not done any damage to himself. Rana Nasrullah does run in hard. It's so hard on his body anyways. Just stopped in his delivery stride there. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Be interesting to see if a short ball does come. We've seen Uganda struggle a little bit. We've seen Bahrain struggle yesterday against the short ball, but he beats him on the outside edge there in that channel, giving Chawuta a taste of his own medicine there. Chawuta has beaten the bat plenty of times this tournament. He's made batters work. It's his time to face the music. We could very well see a short ball coming from Rana Nasrullah. He's picked up a wicket off a short ball already. Oh, it looks so beautiful, even from that side-on angle. Getting the ball through at pace, hitting the gloves hard of the wicket-keeper. Really nice from Rana Nasrullah. He's into his 7th. He's only given one away in this over. Last ball of the 39th coming up. Short ball, but that's nicely played. Just swayed out of the line of that one. He takes a little bit of effort, a little bit of extra effort to get it up there for Chawuta, who's a pretty tall man. And after 39, it's 152 for the loss of 8 for Uganda. Looks like Shahid Wasif is going back out and Anshuman Roth comes back on. Yasim Murtaza to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Nakrani batting on 38. Whatever the result of the game may be, this is a good time for Nakrani in the middle. He's going to be facing similar sort of bowling in the Challenge League fixtures as well. Any time on the crease is good time. It's come down. He has dispatched that. That's a massive whack. Lands up on the roof. Nakrani there gets into the 40s with a massive 6. That one landed on Thin Kwang Road outside the recreation ground. Lovely shot there. Getting a nod of approval from Babar Hayat on the boundary there. That was a very good hit. Nakrani has looked to go towards the leg side in the last few overs as well. Hadn't got the required amount of bat on deliveries before, but this one right out of the middle of the bat. Hit hard again, straight down the ground this time. Nizakat Khan will pick it up on the boundary there. He's on to 45 now. These are valuable runs in the context of their preparation for the ICC Challenge League coming up. Savuta on strike now. Goes hard. Goes with hard hands. Played it aerial, but found that little gap between the bowler and the extra cover fielder. Still can hear Nizakat Khan from out here. Still encouraging his teammates. Slower, but a little bit short for his liking. They get around for a single, and Nakrani will keep strike. Still one ball to go. He'd still like to keep strike though. Chavuta will face the last delivery of the 40th over. A few more wickets in hand, and the game would have been very, very interesting. From here, 74 required of 61. It was very similar in that first game between these two sides. Uganda got home in that game on the back of a fantastic innings from their skipper, Riyazat Ali Shah. He's not out there today, but Nakrani is doing a bit of Riyazat Ali Shah. He's been out there for around 70 deliveries, 67 to be exact. He's got 46 to his name. Rana Nasrullah comes back for the second over of his second spell. Quite a few comments saying 175, 170. All out for Uganda. I'll probably bet against it. I think they will get beyond 175 if Nakrani stays out there. But you never know. Another one played out to point. Initially looking for a single, but not there. Uganda shouldn't be too displeased. They've won 2 games, and even if they lose the final, they'll still be tied on wins. 2 wins from 2 games for them. The preparation for ICC Challenge League was their main goal. This is a good delivery, targeting that short ball. It looked like Rana Nasrullah will be coming in and banging a few shots. It's very well done by Rana Nasrullah. Jay says Nakrani could have done it if he had support. I second you, Jay. He would have done it had he got more support. I think that wicket of Riyazat Ali Shah was so big. He showed in that first game he had the mentality, the character to actually take a chase home. He was really, really good in that first game. Looks like it's going to be a tough uphill task from here. But cricket is a funny game. As long as Nakrani is out there, there's a chance for Uganda. Tries to force a shot here, Nakrani. He opens the bowling for Uganda, doing it with the bat as well. Nakrani 146 from 71 deliveries. Rana Nasrullah coming in for his 5th delivery. Hasn't been taken for a run this over yet. Another short one. Another good one. He's got 2. He's allowed to get 2 in the over. Not sure if this one is given as the 2nd for the over. It looked like Rana Nasrullah is good if he wants to have a go at another bouncer. I have a feeling Nakrani will have a go. Oh, this one down the leg side, given wide by the umpire. I think still no signal for the 2nd bouncer. There you can see John Prakash signaling it was below the shoulders. So Rana Nasrullah still has 1 in the bag. If he wants to let loose in this over, get another bouncer in. I have a feeling he's going to go full. Might as well go slower as well. He's gone length, and Nakrani's been up to the task. He's just punched it down the ground for a single. Will keep strike after 41. Uganda 163 for the loss of 8. And if I'm not wrong, I saw Yasim Murtaza signaling to Ehsan Khan to come in and clean up the tail. Ehsan Khan has done it on numerous occasions. He'll be bowling to a number 10. And Nakrani, who is not too bad with the bat himself. He's done really well, Nakrani. He's looked convincing. On that stump mic, still can, not the stump mic, our effects mic, can still hear Nizakat Khan encouraging and talking to his teammates, speaking to Ehsan Khan in Pashto. Oh, that's a good delivery. Nakrani wanted to play it towards the leg side. The ball probably held up a little bit in the wicket. They have decided to do away with the slip. Yasim Murtaza comes to extra cover. Nasrullah goes to short fine leg. Nakrani in there, deciding to go back and try and play that cut shot. They've got protection for that. They've got a fielder at the cover fence. They've got a mid-wicket long on, long off. This one is easily worked away to the leg side. Ehsan Khan just running around himself and picking that one up. 42nd over in progress. Looks like Anshuman Rath is struggling a little bit. He's had a few dropouts in the field. He's gone off a number of times. And they're in conversation with Hassan Khan. Chivuta decides to come down the wicket and doesn't get the expected connection and just miscues it out towards the leg side for a single. Puts Nakrani back on strike. Nakrani goes back, punches it hard down the ground for a single. In the background there, we've got some fans who've dropped in, sitting on the grass. Oh, good delivery to finish off the over from Hassan Khan, the quicker one, but well managed by Chivuta. And that is the end of the 42nd. Uganda 166 for 8. Nakrani and Chivuta still out there. And this is a good little partnership for them. 23 and another 69 required in 8 overs. Still under 10. At about, I think required about 8 runs and over. Not a massively difficult task. Hong Kong do not want to be complacent here. They'd really like to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Nakrani has batted really nicely. They don't want to take the chance of going into that last 2, 3, even maybe 4 overs. Rana Nasrullah to Nakrani. Full! And that's been taken! Oh my word! That's a brilliant, brilliant grab above from Nizakat Khan. That's unbelievable. Catch of the tournament there. Waiting for the replay. Oh my word, Nizakat Khan saved that for the last game of the tournament. Plucked it out of thin air there. He is now in competition, the former captain, in competition with the current captain for the best catches. Hong Kong, China have been on fire with their catching. They've caught the difficult ones. That one was travelling, that was hit hard. Low full toss, smashed by Nakrani. It had to be a brilliant catch. It was one of the best I've seen. Brings the last man, Senyondo, the left arm spinner, onto the crease. And that catch almost but ending the resistance from Nakrani. Shahid Wasif is back on the field. Anshuman Rath has gone off again. Nizakat really made that look simple. Didn't really celebrate either. He's looking at his hand now. That must have stung. But what a catch. Oh, he's bowled him and it's all over. Rana gets a Michelle. Brilliant bowling by Rana. If there was a player of the series, Rana Nasrullah was my man. He's got a fifer again today. Give it the bow. Little sajda from Rana Nasrullah, thanking his God. Alhamdulillah from you, my brother. Lovely bowling. What a way to finish for Hong Kong. They win the trophy. Rana Nasrullah, take a bow. Brilliant bowling from him. He comes back, does the job for his skipper. Picks up that fifer for himself. Senyondo didn't last long. One delivery for him. 5-wicket bag for Rana. That's right. Hong Kong, China, the deserved winners of this Hong Kong, China men's one-day tri-series. Thank you to Bahrain and Uganda for turning up. Brilliant preparation for all three teams going into the ICC Challenge League. Handshakes all around. I saw Joshim on screen there. Good work by him and his team here at Tin Kwang Road Recreation Ground for preparing such beautiful wickets. Lovely for the game of cricket. Our team here at the broadcast getting ready for that presentation. So much work going in to this presentation, to these live pictures in the hut there. And these men, first tournament as the skipper. He wins the trophy as a skipper for the first time as skipper of Hong Kong. And they let Rana Nasrullah lead them off. Deservedly. Right man to lead them off. He is a young man, and I'm sure there's gonna be many more time when we see that happening. This Hong Kong China team look really good. We'll have a look at the batting card. Not much runs from the openers there. 8 and 6 to Ubuyo and Mangela. Kakuru got a 50 last game. Not much this game. Just got 12, got bowled by Rana Nasrullah. Handshakes. We'll go back and just have a look at the handshakes. It's been a good tournament. Played in the right spirits. Uganda coaching staff will be very happy with how their team got their preparation done. Raghav Dhawan there got one on the chest, but fought for his 37. Ali Shah not in the runs today, 3 for him. Nakrani with a fighting innings of 49, and then Ramjani with 3, Miyaji with 10, Chibuta not out. Getting bowled out for 166, Hong Kong Ayush Shikla, good start from him as well. Atikur Rahman, what a miserly spell, 2 for 11 for him. Rana Nasrullah, the man with a 5 for 29 for him. Azaz Khan just the 3 overs. No wickets today, surprisingly for Ehsan Khan, none for 33 off 8 overs. Yasim Murtaza there, 3 for 22 off his 7. Hong Kong, China win by a good margin of 68 runs. Hang around for the presentations. Aaron Bush will take charge of that. It was lovely bringing you the pictures live from Tin Kwang Road Recreation Ground. Until next time, it's goodbye. Thank you very much, and Allah Hafiz from Asif Hussain. Loved commentating on this tournament, my first international. Enjoyed it. Hope to have you guys around for company in the ICC Challenge League. Thank you very much. Signing out.
Wow, that ends a fantastic Tri-Nation series here for the one-day format in 2025 in Hong Kong. Victors are the home side, Hong Kong China, with a 68-run victory in the end over Uganda. But it was a fantastic final. It was a fantastic whole series, and we're going to get through some awards here today. We're going to start with some tokens of appreciation first. Kurtina Mock, the Chief Financial Officer for CHK, is going to come in. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to do some appreciation medals. We're going to start with the scorers with the umpires. And first off, match referee Mr. Gandhi, who's done a fabulous job the entire tournament. Please come in, Mr. Gandhi. He's done every single game as match referee. And next, we'll bring in the umpires. They can come in whichever order they would like. Tabarak Dar being ordered to come in first, officiating in the final today. Next, John Prakash, also umpire out in the middle for the final. And games 2 and 3 as well. And third umpire today, out in the middle yesterday, umpire Shelton de Cruz. Next, we'll get the scorers to come across. They can come across in whichever order they like and collect their awards. And finally, we've got one for all the ground staff. 6 of the ground staff, all of them led by Jassim Uden, who've put together such a fabulous ground here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Jassim and his team, please come on in. Worked tirelessly. They've had the All-Star Series. Now they've got the Tri-Nation Series. And coming up, of course, they have the big ICC Challenge League. So they'll be busy, busy team. There it is. Congratulations to all the officials, and thank you, Ms. Mock from Cricket Hong Kong China, for presenting them. Now it's time to get on to the player awards. We're going to do the player of the final first, and to present, we'll bring in Jonathan Gill, Advisory Committee member from Cricket Hong Kong China. Thank you for joining us, Jonathan. And the player of the match, the player of the final, with a 107 off 129, it is Anshuman Rath. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll get you back in very shortly, but Anshuman, do not run away. We're going to have a chat. Century, the only century of the entire Tri-Nation series. How did you feel out there in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, it was really tough out there. I think the Ugandan bowlers bowled really well, as they have been all tournament. You know, it was just a case of, you know, just trying to hang around there long enough, and you got to ride your luck a little bit, and today was my day, I guess.
Was it really tough batting out there? It looks like for both sides it was a tough slog trying to get the runs on the board, a tough wicket the final day of the series.
Yeah, I think as long as you bowled in the right, like if you bowled in the right areas, the wicket did offer a lot. And I thought it was really tough facing the bowling this week. You know, definitely when bowlers got it right. But I think when you got to give yourself a bit of time. I think we've seen some good starts and good scores in here, but you're never really set on this wicket. So I think that provides a bit of a mental challenge as well. So you just kind of have to dig in there, which I was fortunate enough to do today.
And on a personal note, taking a century out of the final into the ICC Challenge League coming up starting on Thursday, you must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, it's obviously good to get some runs on the board. We all play this level. We're all good enough to be here, so it's just a case on who catches red hot on the day. So, it's best of luck to all the teams, and, may the best team get the points.
Well, congratulations. A very, very favourable player of the match, player of the final. Everyone loves Anjuman Rath, and a century gets him the win today. And we're going to have a quick chat to the captain of Uganda before doing some more presentations, so we can ask Riyazat Ali Shah to come join us. Is that just not your day today? 2 wins earlier on, and that, of course, that fabulous first game where you got a win on the last ball, but today just couldn't get it over the line.
Yeah, we didn't want these kind of results going towards the tournament, and honestly speaking, we have to show up as a batting unit. To be honest, we are good enough to win games like this. Yeah.
Even though you went down in the final, do you feel like the preparation that you've had now, games twice here against Hong Kong, China, big games on Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground, that's going to help the side going forward into ICC Challenge League?
Yeah, no doubt. Hong Kong is one of the best teams in this tournament, and they have like talented players, match-winning players, and won games like this. As I said before the tournament, to show where we want to see ourselves as a team. Yeah.
Well, bad luck today to Uganda. We'll see you for the ICC Challenge League very shortly. Riyazat Ali Shah, you just step out for a second. We're going to bring Jonathan Gill, the advisory committee member, back in, as we will get the entire Uganda side across if we can, and they can come across and collect their medals. So if we can get the team in yellow to come across, and we'll start handing out the medals. They're not eager to come across at the moment. Now Riyazat is wrangling the teams. So I'll step out so the teams can walk on through. We'll run through the full team list. It won't be in the order they're coming through, but the captain, of course, Riyazat Ali Shah, Fred Ashalam, who had the gloves on for 2 of the games, Robinson Oboyu, the captain, Dinesh Kumar Nakrani, Cyrus Kakuru, the wicketkeeper today, Alpesh Ramjani, player of the match in game 2, Juma Miyaji, Frank Nsambuga, Henry Senyondo, Cosmas Chewuta, Joseph Baguma, Kenneth Waiswa, Shrideep Mangala, and Raghav Dhawan. And the team's all gone around that way, but we do have a runners-up trophy to present. No runners-up trophy, it's just the award. So thank you to you, Jonathan. I'll step back on. Now we're going to do we'll do the presentation for the winners. And we'll get Mr. Burji Shroff, chairperson of Cricket Hong Kong China, in to do some presentation. Oh, just before we get you in, Burji, apologies, I'm going to have a chat to Yasim. Yasim's like, oh, okay, if I have to. The captain for Hong Kong China, Yasim Murtaza. Well, you got the win today. How does it feel for the team?
I feel really good. To be honest, credit goes to my team. They put up a good show in the middle, so we are really looking forward for next challenge.
I'll ask you the usual question. Which bit were you happier with, the 234 runs on a tough pitch or the bowling Uganda out?
I think 234 is a really good total on that pitch. Basically, this is the 3rd game in 4 days in same pitch, so I had spoken to everyone. So if we bowl in the right channel, so we will landing a good total, good result.
You've got first game in ICC Challenge League coming up on Thursday against Singapore. You think this team that you've put together is the one that's going to take all the wins in that one?
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward, and I have belief in my whole team. So the way they're playing cricket at the moment, so hopefully we do well in the Challenge League.
Well, congratulations today. Winning captain Yasim Murtaza gets a win as new captain for Hong Kong China. We will now invite in the chairperson from Cricket Hong Kong China, Mr. Burji Shroff, and we're going to present the winners' medals for Hong Kong China. So come across in the order you please and pick up your awards. Yasim, time for some medals. Yasim Murtaza, the captain, of course, we just had a chat to. Nasrullah, runner. Player of the match yesterday, Shahid Wasif. Young Shiv Mathur doing the wicket keeping. He'll be Glad to see Zishan Ali come back into the side and help him out with the gloves. Hassan Khan, player of the match today, Anshuman Rath. Martin Kutsia. Azaz Khan. Nazakat Khan. Harun Ashad. Ayush Shukla. Atik Iqbal. It's a string of KCC players at the end. Wakas Bakat. And finally, Baba Hyatt. And now I'll step in quickly. Yasim waiting in the wings as it's time to present the winning trophy for the Tri-Nations 2025 series. There's the mug. Burgie, hand it off to Yasim Murtaza. Yasim, go join the team behind the big board for the champions. It's the Hong Kong Men's One Day Tri-Series 2025. Nasrullah Rana gets the honours. And take some photos, and then I'm sure they're going to do a big cheer. There they are, your 2025 champions in the one-day format. Hong Kong, China, getting the 68-run victory over Uganda today. Don't forget, we've still got more cricket coming up tomorrow. We've got the Bahrain versus Hong Kong A game. That'll be live out in the middle from 8:30 a.m. We'll be live for the game at 9 a.m. Make sure you join us on Stick Sports and Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube. And don't forget, starting Thursday, the big ICC Challenge League Group B Round 2 games. It starts with Hong Kong China versus Singapore right here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. But until then, Aaron Bush signing off.